To the stream. Missed you. Bow, bow, now, now, bow, now, now, bow, bow. Honestly, I don't mind days where I don't have the shit set up to play copyrighted music, not on the VOD, because it lets me just play this jam. This bog standard Phoenix Wright jam. Hello, Model View Gary. Welcome to the stream. You're the first today. Congrats. Hi, RV. As you guys might be able to guess, I'm streaming from Barry's, and you can tell by the giant sock on her microphone, even though it is the same model of mine. As you can also tell because there's no crackle. This is a problem I was having with mine. That reminds me, I need to change what point redeems and aren't available since I'm at Barry's and not at my place. This is such a good song. Hi, Jenny. This is... I don't think it's officially Matt Ungard's theme from The Last Case of Justice for All, but it usually plays when you're looking at his ugly mug, so that's what I think of it as. Let's see, what can't I do while I'm here? I can't show sword. And I can't put Tess in jar. Stream elements, you know what? You're fucking right, man. That's actually crazy that I am live streaming Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. Good morning, Brevy. It makes me feel less terrible about how late I start my day to see Bremy and others west of me coming in and saying good morning. Thank you, Kringus. Oh, that's right. I forgot to put the dono bar on the screen. Thank you for reminding me. I removed it because I was trying to take a selfie via OBS screenshot, but that actually doesn't work very well. But then I forgot to put it back. My apologies if you donated and I didn't see it, but I don't think the donation value has moved. Good job dotting your T's and crossing your I's, as the crazy old man in the game might say, Maddox. And Kringus, thank you for the $10 donation. That's very kind of you. Now it's moved. Since I am with my beloved Barry this morning, I have a lovely breakfast that she made for me because she loves me so much and I'm so grateful to her. It's really nice. Hi, Fresk. Also, I tried really hard to not spend the entire morning spooning Barry like usually happens when I stay here. And so like I got up early, like earlier than I usually do, to like get washed and everything and get ready for the day. But then I had to go back into the bedroom to get my stuff. And she just looked so soft and inviting, so what are you gonna do? Hi, Jess. I tried really, really hard, but I'm not incredibly good at exercising restraint. It's something that I'm sure will come as a shock to all of you watching, so I don't think there were any indications of that during my on-stream performance at any juncture during any game. Man, I was really dehydrated. Maddox Spoon to Excess Kent, thank you for the $5 donation. I expect that Jimbo is probably kind of quiet for you guys. I can try to mitigate that situation. There, I made him really loud, so now next time somebody donates, he's gonna fucking explode. Thank you, Fresk. Restrained Tessa is a Metal Gear character. It's funny, Todd, I don't think Barry said this in chat, because I remember her saying it out loud. But she does not like Godot, the prosecutor from this game. I can't imagine why not. It doesn't seem to be an uncommon opinion. But she complained that he looks dumb and bad, and that he doesn't look like a Phoenix Wright character because of like the sci-fi visor. And she said that he looks like he should be in Foxhound, which is the intelligence organization that they belong to in Metal Gear Solid. I don't know if you guys remember. There we go. I have to orient all the windows over here in a way that actually allows me to see anything. There we go. Hi, also known as AK. How's it going? Yeah, Todd, punished Venom Tess. I mean, I am sometimes punished. You know, it's not as fun as never punished, but I think that a certain veracity is required between streamer and viewer in order for, like, our parasocial relationship to grow over the years. So yeah, I am sometimes punished. How have you all been? Excellent, AK. I wish I had only just woken up. It's so tough to wake up. Well, especially the light gets so dim in the winter. It's like hard to rouse your bones out of bed. Also, it can be really cold. We've hit the point, temperature-wise, where I go to bed earlier just because it gets cold at night. I was doing that constantly at my mom's house because it's very poorly insulated and sucks to be in. And it's like, I don't know how much longer I want to stay up. I kind of want to be in bed with blankets over me. Come again, Maddox? Maddox, I'm not sure I understand that last word in that message. I understand reeking of oil. There's another word. Is this like a British thing? Oh, it is a thing. Oh, is it? Oh, no, huh. So we use a different orange scented hand cleaner when you're covered in oil in the US. Okay, I'm seeing that Swarfiga? I have no idea how the fuck. Anyway, is made in Derbyshire? Is that how you say that? So it makes sense that you guys would be using that. But in the US, we have like a different orange scented hand cleaner that's like gritty. It's like grit that you're supposed to use if you've been working like with oil. We used to have it in my basement when my dad lived there. Maddox lives in Derbyshire, apparently. I wonder what's for dinner. Welcome, MK. How are you? Maddox Kent, did I say Derbyshire right? It's really tough. None of your place names are pronounced like they fucking look. We do have some of those in Rhode Island. We have Greenwich, and but we also have Warwick, and it's pronounced Warwick and not Warwick. So it's a fucking grab bag in New England, whether words will be pronounced as most Americans would assume or not. That being said, I was surprised to hear that Americans from outside New England have a tendency to pronounce the S-H-I-R-E at the end of place names as Shire and not Sure, as it like New Hampshire. It's a state that we have here in the US. I just grew up saying it. Seems obvious to me that it would be pronounced Sure at the end. Nottinghamshire, but we do have Kansas versus Arkansas. That's true. I feel like Arkansas is because British. Thank you, Maddox. Hi, Iggy. Welcome to the stream. They also use it if you get fingerprints, huh? Yes, I know, MK, that you're quoting the Vine. She is confusion. I think that Arkansas is probably pronounced like that because of the French, though. Like, if I had to guess, Arkansas pronunciation Y. In 1881, a heated disagreement between the state's two senators, one who said Arkansas and the other who said Arkansas, led to a ruling by the state legislature making the Arkansas pronunciation official. Okay, but why is it like that? Okay, no, that's cool. No, I like that. That's a great anecdote, internet. It's not even just internet, it's the Arkansas website. It's a great anecdote, but why is it pronounced that way? It's gotta be French. It's gotta be because of the French. When in doubt, blame the French. Certainly linguistically. Jenny Body, that's a pretty good way of transcribing those. Alright, I'm gonna start streaming Phoenix Wright, I think. Which unfortunately means that I have to cut out the really good, cool music. Here, let me move Tess over. I know that you guys love seeing Tess. I know that you guys just want as much Tess as is humanly possible. Actually, you know what? This is good, right? This doesn't obscure too much of the game. Here, I can just... I could... Here. Alright, hang on. Yay! I'm so glad there's more than one undo in OBS, so I didn't have to manually correct that shit. Shut up, though, song. I have too many windows open. When I'm at Barry's, I have to do everything through Chrome, including Discord, so I always get lost in the Chrome windows. Alright. New redeem idea, big head mode. Huh, I'm not getting any audio from the game now. Oh, that's because it remuted. Ah! It remuted itself for some reason. Hi, Locktar. Gumshoe, I don't remember what we did and didn't talk about, man. You're staring at my soul right now. Okay, so Barry's like monitor to chair height differential is completely different from mine. Usually I'm looking like dead center of the monitor, but because I'm so much higher up right now, when I look at the screen, I'm like meeting Gumshoe's gaze directly. It's super unnerving. Locktar, I am not a ordained priest, so I can't ego can't te absolvo. Boy, was that not grammatical, but let's not worry about it. Okay, Gumshoe, I feel like I talked to you about everything. So I was like, I wanted to go to Blue Screens Incorporated, but I couldn't find the way there. So, okay. Get ordained. I'm not even fucking confirmed. I don't think that I would be a very good priest. Well, that's not true, actually. I think that functionally, in terms of like, what is a priest's job? Doing the pomp and the circumstance and the reconciliation and coming up with a sermon every week. I think I would be good at that part. I don't think I would be good at the actually having faith part. There are pigeons outside Barry's stream room window. They're going fucking insane. Why did I come back here? Just yesterday, there was actually a mourning dove perched on my air conditioner out the window. It was so cute. Yes, finally! Fuck yes! What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't remember this shit at all! What is this? I don't remember this screen! Look at these men! Squid, what the fuck? Wow, this place is so high-tech. You can almost smell the electricity in the air. It is a computer firm, Maya. They can't work without electricity, you know. Okay, Locktar. Bremy, I'm sorry, that sounds annoying, but it also sounds really, really, really cute. I would love to see that. LOL, Maddox. Alright. So I think I know who this character is. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and just voice her already. Ahem. Ahem. Who are you? Is another TikTok voice lady cameo, my friends. Oh, hello. I'm sorry. Access is restricted to authorized personnel only. This is a computer programming laboratory. There are far too many trade secrets that could be leaked. Wow, what secrets? Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building. Understood. Who is this woman? She's like a robot from some kind of whacked educational show. Boy, was this translation written in the aughts. My name is Lisa Basil. I'm the company director. Director? She's human? Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you with your contemporary anime reference. Go to hell, Phoenix.
Seems like a cartoon character from some sort of educational show.
She seems more like a ghost in a shell? Yeah, no, there's a shell is the thing, right? And she's the ghost in it. Oh my god. And that thing over her eye, isn't that the same device as Glenn Elg's? That's a DMH, right? Nice try, but it's the other way around, Maya. It's an HMD. All of my programmers here at Blue Screens Inc. are supplied with HMDs. Then do you write programs too? No, I just enjoy wearing this. They are pretty cool. I wouldn't mind one. All right, let's look at these fucking nerds. He's really pounding that keyboard, isn't he? He's fucking debating about anime or something. That's gonna be the joke. That's gonna be the joke. Wow, I bet that's where the pro in programmer comes from, huh? I guess I shouldn't be resting on my laurels. Gotta expand my skill set and all that. Maya says, learn to code. Yeah, it's a good idea. Maybe I could become old CD's apprentice. And what about your spirit medium? Why the old guy? Why Mr. Seeds? These fucking Windows, man, are gonna be the death of me. Also, okay, there's been a lot of Ahiga reductions. I'll just leave sorting that situation to Arbeat, I think. Whoa, look at this desk, Nick. What a mess. Looks pretty average to me. But you can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this. Maya, I'm looking at Barry's desk right now. My desk at home. Sometimes your desk is a sty. What you think? Real whiz kids can work under any condition, you know. Ah! She's trying to hint that I should tidy my desk more. I'll clean up my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions. No hurry then. Hey, this calendar. What about it? If this is another hint about tidying, you can forget it. Someone's marked December 3rd in red pen. December 3rd? That's the day Mr. Elg was murdered. Is there anything else? Yeah, it says meet with the tiger. Awesome, thank you. I think we can prove that Glenn Elg was not drinking alone at the cafe. I think we could prove that the very suspicious man who impersonated me is the killer. I think that's pretty much enough right there. We just wrap this case up right now. The tiger? Glenn's calendar added to the court record. Oh, damn. They have the same description for both dudes here. No, because, like, one of them does look like he's really pounding at the keyboard. He's like, ah! And the other one looks much more relaxed. I guess they're pounding on the keyboard. Maybe the one on the right is pounding on the keyboard efficiently, and the one on the left is pounding on it angrily. Quick question, though. What the fuck is this shit under the desk? Is this like a sleeping bag? And, like, sleeping roll under it? Like, that's a nice chair, though. Wow. I would stream from that chair. Wow, look at this mess. Looks like they're all betting tickets. What kind of betting tickets? For betting on which horse will win a given race. They're horse racing tickets. Oh, wow. His drawers are stuffed full of these. Do they have horse racing in Japan? I feel like they must because of how often it comes up in Japanese media. I'm thinking about Cowboy Bebop as well. Looks like they're all losing tickets, though. Glenn Elg's losing horse racing tickets gathered up. Horse racing betting tickets found in Glenn Elg's desk. There's over 500 of them. This many tickets would get you, what, $1 down at the recycling center? Maya, please. Don't be so cruel to the man, he's dead. But I didn't know you were so hard up that you try to profit from the dead, Nick. I'm just taking them as evidence, Maya. You know this thing we do where we raid evidence from people's businesses? This is something that lawyers do. It's an important part of the job. No, I didn't mean to click on it again. No. I think that's everything here. Oh no, there's servers. Hey, look, Nick, it's a supercomputer. It looks like it's really smart and wise, doesn't it? Computers are only as smart as the humans who use them, Maya. That explains why we don't use the computer in our office. You work there too, Maya. Yeah, but at least I'm... Please, don't argue about something that's so trivial. Otherwise, the computer will laugh at you. She said she'd laugh at us, Nick. She's a human, Maya, not a computer. I think, that's her bit, is that she seems like a robot. No shit. We actually have a profile for Bruto Cadaverini. You know how fucking long it took to get a profile for these two when I was running into them and talking to them regularly? Oh, but somebody mentioned this dude in conversation, so let's just get him in there. LOL, Todd. That's very good. The cube earring is an interesting choice. I've been thinking a lot about earrings lately. I don't think that I could pull it off, and I don't really want to try, but it is an interesting idea. Sorry, Scoops. She does have... Oh, wow. I did not understand when this was a sprite on the Nintendo DS that the lines on her titties and thigh were supposed to be like fucking polygons. Like she's a 3D model. Wow, I did not get that at all. Okay, cool. So, what exactly is this firm's business? I will try to simplify it so that you can understand. We analyze the data management systems required by certain branches of industry, and then deliver optimum operating systems and source-level components to them. Huh? You lost me on the corner of analyze and management. It doesn't matter. They analyze stuff. You got that much, right? The software we produce is distributed on CDs. Yeah, you do live in the fucking Watts. CDs? Yes, compact disc, digital optical storage media. Yeah, Todd. Of course, CDs are used for software as well as music player. It is a small firm, but all of my employees are first-class programmers. Let's ask one of them what they are doing. Excuse me, what are you working on right now?
I'm researching the impact of time slice on logical access to shared global variables. Obviously, programming structures heavily influence response and performance. I can't read this fast enough, you douche. I'm doing my best.
Well, you get the idea. This is the sort of thing we are involved in. I should have given him a less lackadaisical and more energetic voice, because if I had been reading as fast as I could, I maybe could have made it through each of those lines before they changed. Wow, you guys are simping for her hard. You know, she never, for some reason, she never did it for me. I have opinions on the relative attractiveness of like every female NPC in Phoenix, right? Due to how young I played it and how long it was a part of my life. But you know, yeah, she has titties, but I guess, I don't know, something about her aesthetic or presentation just didn't do it for me. Oh! Oh, okay, Scoops last. Thank you. I thought you meant the lady. Did you good people follow all of that? Yeah. Thanks for saying so. I'm usually reluctant to wear like anything loose on stream because I feel like it's not playing up my strengths enough. I also forgot to wear a bra today. So if you see my huge tits flying around every time I turn even slightly, that's why. Your blank smile just said otherwise, Maya. You know about what happened, right, Ms. Basil? You mean about Glenn being poisoned? Yes, I know. It's terrible. Can you tell us anything that might be helpful? I don't think so. A police officer was here earlier, too. But I couldn't tell him anything either because the waitress who committed the crime had nothing to do with Blue Screens Incorporated. Oh. How about Mr. Elg's desk? Have you cleared it out already? Plainly not, Phoenix. You were just looking through it. LOL, Frisk. Very good. A CRISPR bird. Yes, that is what I'm going for. No, not yet. It's this one right in front of you. If there's anything that might be useful to you, you are welcome to take it. I guess there might be a clue here somewhere. I actually already raided the desk, but thank you for the invitation. Would you like some weenies, ma'am? Would you mind taking a look at this? I'm sorry. That data is super admin restricted desktop access password protected. SP Sparda? What? Oh my god. Fuck you. You didn't even spell it right. It's spelled with a T. Sparta with a D is the name of the dude from fucking Devil May Cry. You ass. You fucking spelled it wrong. I think so. I'm pretty sure that 300 was like 2005 or something. 300 movie year. 2007, huh? When did Trials and Tribulations come out? Phoenix, Wright. The pigeons are going nuts outside. Huh. Okay, it was a very timely reference. Hello, Pixel Pixie. I'm well. Thank you for asking. It was a very timely reference because the North American Nintendo DS release of Trials and Tribulations was October 23rd, 2007, and 300 came out in March 2007. So it was like a 6-month-old reference when they made it. Which makes sense, because now it's dated as shit. I guess that meme blew up pretty quick, huh? I wasn't really, like, connected with meme culture at that time. These aren't new glasses, but I don't wear them as often as I wear my other ones. No, Maya. That is Sparta. She won't tell us unless we say the right code word. A code word? Sesame. If it's not Sesame, then it must be your mother's maiden name. That's how it always is. There's no point in having a password if it's always the same thing, Maya. I guess she just doesn't want to talk about this. But in a way that doesn't bring up a psyche lock. Maybe we should focus on asking about Glen Elk. What do you say? Pixel Pixie, is that a reference to that movie Swordfish, which I think I saw twice, but I remember very little of it? Let's talk about Glenn. About Mr. Elk. He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. But he did suffer from 1 or 2 bugs in his personality. Oh, like what? He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. That's what got him into trouble. He fucking sucked shit. He was a lipstick beta cuck. What's the matter? Wow, that does sound like shit that they will have the TikTok lady say. He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. So he was really no trouble at all. A model employee. Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. We've got to find out what this trouble was exactly. Do you know about Furio Tigre? She makes the "this is Sparta" joke every time you show her evidence that she doesn't have dialogue for. That is incredibly fucked. Can we talk about you? No. Yeah, let's keep talking about this. They fucking spelled Sparta wrong. That really grinds my gears. Sparta is spelled with a fucking T. Unless we're talking about the dude from Devil May Cry. Alright, let's talk about Glenn's troubles. About Mr. Elg. Was he in some kind of trouble? I'm sorry. Why would you think that? I thought you said something about it just now. You said he got himself into trouble because he was a bit of a loser. Good God. I think I know what they mean. They mean, like, he often lost at gambling. But especially when the TikTok lady voice says he was a loser, it gives a bit of a different vibe, I would say. It's a pun. It doesn't have to be spelled right. Joel's, is it a pun? Is that a pun, would you say? Does it sound like a pun to you? I think that it is a reference, is what it is. I don't see how it's a pun. 3 psyche locks? I guess Mr. Elk is like every other man with his own pile of secrets. Alright. Bremy, you raise a good point. Unfortunately, Scoop's last in an American accent, Sparta with a T and Sparta with a D are pronounced, or are spelled the, no, are pronounced the same. I can't talk. Claire, thank you for the follow. All right, lady. Wow, I really cracked my neck something awful there. That was crazy. Yeah, Iggy 2 Stacks is eating away at me as well. So, how about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. Elg was in? I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal with troubleshooting here. You develop software! Perhaps you'd like to speak to someone in customer service. What's she talking about? I guess I'd better just take a shot and see where it gets me. Yeah, shoot your shot, Phoenix. Fuck the robot woman. Ms. Basil, let me ask you something. Do Mr. Elg's troubles have something to do with this? What is that? A bunch of horse racing tickets, all losing ones. With that many tickets, you could get $1 at the recycling center. You good people are very, very bad. Cashing in on others' misfortunes is immoral. Is that a whiff of hypocrisy I smell? But what is the relevance of these tickets? The victim, Mr. Glenn Elg. He had a gambling habit, didn't he? I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone likes to go to the races from time to time. Why, even myself... Yeah, but no! Not everyone likes to go to the races from time to time. Who the fuck goes to the races? That is some hardcore gambling addict shit. Nobody goes to the races. Anyway, I don't believe that proves anything on its own. You're right, but I'm not through yet. Mr. Elg's gambling wasn't restricted to horse races, was it? The lottery, horse racing, he bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. That's got to have hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? Oh, she's cute when she's nervous. Maybe bad enough to be the cause of some pretty serious trouble, perhaps? No, oh. Yeah, no, I guess it would be like, no, oh. You are right. Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow his example. Do you understand? Trust me, even if I wanted to, I don't exactly have the money to buy any. But if you win, there's no problem, is there? And Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he? For $500,000. Yeah, but... It's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it? It's true that Mr. Elg won $500,000. In the end. But that was his first stroke of good luck. He was in deep trouble before that. Deep trouble? What do you mean? Trouble. He was in it. Deep. Mr. Elg's real problem was someone or something more terrifying and ferocious. This guy. Furio Tigre. The boss of a loan office called Tender Lender. LOL, Christopher. Tender Lender. People with businesses should think harder before naming their offices. Like, you're one to talk. Well, what do you think? Our firm is doing very well at the moment. I don't think we need to borrow money. No. I mean about Mr. Elg. You think Glenn had something to do with this Furio Tigre? Yes? I'm sorry, I don't know of any connection between the two of them. Thank you, Stream Elements, for reminding everybody. Guys, I gotta cover my March rent, so I'd be super grateful if any of you guys are able to give. Really? Because I've got proof that Mr. Elg and the tiger knew each other. Oh, god damn it. I didn't realize that I was presenting it. Usually the text turns green when he's presenting it. I thought I had just pressed the button to... Oh, look at the court record. I have to go fucking all the way through this shit again, man. Did Mr. Elg's troubles have something to do with this? Losing horse racing ticket. We all go to the races from time to time. It's normal and good. I don't understand Japanese cultural norms, so it's possible that it actually is. But like in US entertainment media, who the fuck goes to the races? Homer in the first episode of The Simpsons. And it's like, because he's hit rock bottom on Christmas Eve, he has no other way to conceivably afford presents for his family. And Kramer, in that early episode of Seinfeld, where they're all on the train, and Jerry's on the train with a naked guy, Kramer goes to the horse races, and he wins a bunch of money. Here's the guy talking about the horse. His mother was a mutter. His mother was a mutter. What did I just say? That bit? More terrifying and ferocious. Furio Tigre. This is a bad name for the business. Here is the connection. The calendar. Oh my god, I have so much fucking evidence. Jesus Christ. Furio Tigre, aka the Tiger, is the boss of a loan office called Tender Lender. This is who Mr. Elg met with on the day of his murder. And the only thing a loan shark would talk with him about would be his debt. Nah, they're just catching up. Glenn, how's it going? Nah, it's good to catch up with you. Hey, I see you at the racetrack the other day. Man, that horse went crazy, huh? I couldn't believe that shit. That was insane. I never saw a horse go so fast before. Anyway. No! Oh. It's true that Glenn had racked up quite a bit of debt from his gambling habit. About $100,000, I think. $100,000? Ouch! But I heard he won the lottery, so he should have been in the clear. Shame Maggie couldn't get a bit of that good luck. Okay, so the guy got lucky and won the lottery. But what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then? Well, this isn't easy to say, but I guess he would have been whacked. He said he would use his talents to repay the money. His talents? I suspect he was talking about programming. What computer program is worth $100,000? Phoenix, you are slow on the uptake, my friend. Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my work. Hi, Barry. I am legal Tess. I thought you were telling me that this character was legal, and I was like, yeah, no shit. Oh, actually, it does not say her age. I assumed it would say an age. My joke fell apart. Anyway, she's the boss. She's probably not 17. I'm so close to cracking her. The program in question, was it by any chance this? Iggy, thank you for the $5 donation. Well, this is it, isn't it? This is the virus that's infecting computers worldwide as we speak. MC Bomber. No, oh. Also known as AK, I'll have to take your word for it. I'm not familiar. Bremy, if if humans and dogs both go to heaven, if we take that as just like a feature of their clade, then we can assume that all Boreoeutherians go to heaven, because that is the narrowest zoological, I should say taxonomical category that includes both humans and dogs. And it does also include all ungulates, including horses, so probably. Glenn's head had more processing power than any computer. Very good, Jules. But it had been infected with a gambling virus. Glenn was in too deep. All Archaea go to heaven 3. You mean he was in debt? Yes, $100,000 in debt. Not an easy amount to repay. So, he said he was taking on some extra work, something a bit risky. Risky? How? Maybe he was gonna become a waitress at Tribulations? Damn, Jules, you anticipated their remark. Good job. Where do you come up with these ideas? Peffa Strong, thank you very much for the $5 donation. Risky extra work. So it's safe to say Mr. Elg was the creator of this virus, huh? The MC Bomber virus? Yes. It was a work of genius, in a bad sort of way, of course, but still genius. Something like that would probably fetch several $1 million on the black market. Anonymous, thank you. Why you guys are being so generous today? Thank you so much. Inconceivable. Gumshoe was right for a change. This date, December 3rd, that is marked on his calendar, that was his deadline for repaying his debts. MC Bomber updated in the court record. A computer virus made by Glenn Elg, potentially worth millions of dollars. I guess we won't be needing these horse racing tickets anymore. Glenn Elg's losing horse racing tickets thrown back on the floor. Use the trash can, Nick. It's her fault for not fucking cleaning this place. Oh, wow. Hey, Mom. This lady also had a psyche lock, but I didn't know if I had the evidence to get through it. We can try. We can find out. Very good, Naughty Gnome. Good God, 4 of them. MC Yogi Virus, thank you for the $10 donation. I forgot we're asking her about her trauma. Now, it's unfortunate that, what's her name, Viola, lives in the aughts, because if she lived in the modern age, she could simply make TikToks talking about her quote-unquote funny trauma and blow up. Unfortunately. You said that bandage around your head was from an operation? You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yeah. Oh, right. Ahem. Yes, the operation was very difficult, apparently. Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? Did the injury in question have something to do with this? Oh. Were you riding double on Tigre's scooter, or? No, it's probably the car repair bill. Okay. I have here a car repair bill. From this, it seems pretty obvious that this car was involved in an accident. Let me see that. This bill is made out to the Cadaverinis? Yes, it is. I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me, what do the Cadaverinis have to do with me? Something tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. All right, then. Your relationship with the Cadaverinis is very strong in this, and this is why. Can I just present her own profile? Hey, again, an age that actually makes sense for the character. 25. I don't know if I'm supposed to present her or her grandfather. I guess I can try them both. I know exactly who you are. Viola Cadaverini. You sustained that injury in a traffic accident, didn't you? It happened about 4 months ago. I was driving in one of our family's cars, the double of the Barracuda, I think. Actually, I have doubles of the Roadrunner too, when someone pulled out in front of me. Oh, fuck! It was a motorbike, or something like that. I don't remember it much. Anyway, I swerved to try to avoid it, but... She was driving. I took a blow to the head, a bad one. Yeah, I can imagine. That's so funny that she hit Tigre with her car. So what happened to the person on the bike? He was pulverized into a fine mist. I'm guessing they didn't get away with injuring the Viola Cadaverini, right? I don't know what happened to them. They ran away, or so I heard. Ran away? If they stayed, I'd have... Is it possible? Could the person who committed the hit and run have been? Who hit whom? Phoenix, you saw the photo. Like, I'm not saying that he wasn't driving dangerously. Maybe he ran a red or something and shot across the intersection while she was driving through it. But the action is still her hitting him. He didn't collide with her. She collided with him. Captain Oblivion, this game loves to do that. In the last case, Ron Delight was talking about, oh, I showed up at the office and then someone knocked me out. I never got a good look at them. But then it shows the office and it shows the very recognizable silhouette of a character sprite we've already seen. It was this man, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident.
It wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe it. We collided, the motorbike and my car. But Don Tigre isn't injured at all, is he?
It was the tiger who caused Viola to crash. I can feel it. Plus, one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him too. I'm sorry, Ms. Cadaverini, but I have proof that the tiger was involved in a traffic accident on his bike. It's actually a scooter, but whatever. I have so much fucking evidence, Jesus Christ. It's not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tigre rides around on a scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard, you'll notice that it's fucking shot to hell, my god. Ms. Cadaverini, you know the truth, don't you? This repair bill was paid by Furio Tigre. Cadaverinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they?
It's possible. Perhaps. Somewhere inside me, I know that may be true.
I knew it.
But Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very, very expensive.
How much are we talking?
Very, very, very expensive.
She seems kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure. I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the tiger who paid for it, right? Captain Oblivion. That's a good point. I didn't see that right away. That's pretty good, Captain Oblivion.
After I recovered, Don Tigre told me. He said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believe him.
Really? But do you honestly believe that to be true? Actually, your boyfriend's a piece of shit, and I'm gonna prove it to you. Do you want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but someone else. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Bruto Cadaverini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? And you are his beloved pride and joy. Bruto Cadaverini, pictured here in his traditional Italian kimono. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation cost, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadaverini, do you think Mr. Tigre would have paid the money?
$1 million.
$1 million operation. $1 million. All right, I had all the evidence I needed. Go figure. I think I actually had all of that. No, I didn't have all of that when I saw the Psyche Lock for the first time. I needed to learn about Bruto from Gumshoe. Captain Oblivion, I don't think it's a trope.
4 months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious. A simple procedure.
Oh, really? Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big.
They said that the operation cost $1 million.
$1 million bucks?
My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay $1 million in compensation.
Compensation, huh? It's underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. I know all about the underworld, Maya, let me tell you. Basically, pay or get into some serious trouble. But $1 million bucks? This has to be related to our poisoning case somehow. Where's the music? Where'd the music go? I don't know how it works, but presumably...
I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He said it had nothing to do with my father being Bruto Cadaverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me. Not about my grandfather. Oh! But I knew that wasn't really true.
That tear looks like shit in HD, I gotta say. It's moving that she's crying, but that tear looks like fucking garbage in this sprite redraw.
What he did to get the money was evil.
Yeah? Unlike your entire family?
He said it was all for me, so I helped him.
You helped him? In what way?
Here, take these.
What are these? Medical papers.
I'm Bruto Cadaverini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer. He simply couldn't refuse. Get it like a funny Godfather. Do you remember? Have you seen that movie Player? It's a line from The Godfather. It's actually a very timely cultural reference.
Viola's medical papers added to the court record. A $1 million bill for cranial surgery. Payment was due last year. Wow, I feel so bad for Viola. It's inexcusable.
Huh?
There are two things that I consider inexcusable. Poisoning and betrayal. Wow, Phoenix, is that based on your lived experience in any way? An interesting tool to pick. Poisoning specifically, not murder in the abstract. Just, wait a minute, how'd you kill this guy? Right, so Mountain Guard did nothing wrong, right? How'd you kill this guy? Oh, it was with a gun. Ah, it's fine, it's fine, it's not a big deal, it's not a big deal. Exactly, Diesel. Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics. Poor Phoenix. He's really fucked up about Dahlia. I'm sure that won't come to a head later in the game. Is everything all right, Nick? We should get going. Right after we finish our espresso. Yeah. I won't need to convince Viola of anything else, so I guess I can get rid of this. Repair bill thrown into the trash. Nah, I shouldn't have done that. Bow, 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 bow. It's nice to actually be able to hear this song, because yesterday my audio mixer was fucking up so badly, like the pitch kept on shifting up and down randomly, which made listening to any music a, harrowing ordeal. Hi, Alyssa. Oh, okay, Jess, that makes sense. January 7th, très bien.
Bonjour, I have been waiting for you to return.
Mr. Armstrong.
I am, how you say, la offensive homosexual stereotype?
Ah, good timing. I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few questions.
Well, he hasn't got anything to say to you fellas.
Maya's not a fella. Ah, it's Skinneef.
Who you calling?
Okay, so there's apparently a way that was supposed to be pronounced that I wasn't doing it, but whatever. Ah! Come out from under the table already, Maya.
Okay, hand it over.
What?
You want to play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers now.
How did you know that I got them? I got them 3 seconds ago and you weren't there. How the fuck did you know? What, did she call you immediately? Uh-oh, I think he wants Viola Cadaverini's papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical papers? Ms. Cadaverini trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you.
Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant.
Wow, how dare you say that about your girlfriend? Your beautiful, beautiful girlfriend. Maybe I tell Bruno about what you just said.
You want to know what's sad? I'll tell you what's sad. And it ain't only her face. She thinks she's got power because she's Bruno's little girl. Now that's sad.
I can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm gonna expose what you did to get the $1 million you used to pay this off. What? I don't know, Vertex.
Are you crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's 2 of us here. You got that? 2.
Well, there's also the homosexual and my assistant under the table, but...
Oui.
Mr. Armstrong!
Forgive me, désolé, I cannot argue with him.
CRISPR, well, nobody ever said Phoenix was smart. Ugh, that really hurt. Phoenix, punch yourself in the stomach. Is that all you got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get that lighter. Wait. Don't take it too hard, Phoenix Wright. Yeah, no kidding, Free and Rose. That was so stupid. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Those medical papers were vital evidence. Gumshoe, quick! New York versus New York. We gotta get you in here. Yes, I was joking. Hold it, pal. Detective Gumshoe. Detective. You think you're gonna stop me, copper? Beat it.
Whoa! No, I'm not gonna stop you. Never mind. I don't want to get fucking bit or whatever. I'm out of here. Whoa! Come on, Gumshoe. Keep it together. You guys, get out of here. Leave this guy to me.
But
go, pal, and take this. If you get hurt, who's gonna look after Maggie, huh?
all right, thanks, Gumshoe. Fuck him up. I mean, Gumshoe is a cop. So, like, really, he doesn't have much to worry about fighting Furio Tigre. If Furio Tigre hurts him, that's assaulting an officer. Gumshoe could just come back with 12 cops or 24 cops and drag him away in chains. Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind. I have a feeling that's not what's going to happen for some reason, but that's very simple. Cut and dry. Oh, he beat you up? Okay. I'll get even with that guy tomorrow in court. Tender Lender is going down. I would hope that Furio Tigre has enough sense not to beat up a cop. But God only knows with him. I don't know how he stayed in business this long if he's just gonna beat up a cop. Tigre is also apparently a member of the Mafia. I guess you're suggesting that Bruno Cadaverini could extend his protection. It seems unlikely, but maybe if Viola's that attached to him. District Court Defendant Lobby number 1. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So what do you think is gonna happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well. It ended on a giant mystery. That's true. And we still haven't solved a single part of it yet. Are you okay, Nick? Oh, right, I forgot. There was, like, confusion about what hand he picked up the coffee with. It's dumb bullshit. Yeah, of course. Very much so, Free and Rose. Vertex Array, I'm sorry. I'm gonna assume that's a really funny joke. I don't know what you're referencing. I saw that little flash of doubt in your eyes. No, that wasn't doubt. That was, determination. Why don't I believe you? It's nearly time, Maggie. You'd better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you. Very good, Captain.
Hey, pal.
Hey, Detective Gumshoe.
Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that.
How did you know she was stressed?
I was watching through the doorway.
Oh.
You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Yeah, maybe this'll help.
Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too?
Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me you don't remember this thing.
Come to think of it, that doesn't look like one of those aromatherapy bottles.
This is the small bottle that turned up in Tribulations' kitchen a couple of days ago.
Wow, look at all these little bottles. Remember when I was in a maid uniform, Nick? Oh, they're aromatherapy oils. He's got so many, they're overflowing onto the floor. I really, 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 really hope there's a way to keep Armstrong out of court today. We definitely are gonna need to get Furio Tigre in there. I'm worried because it's like, what other witnesses can we call? The old man's not coming back. Gumshoe's not coming back. Lisa, Basil, and Viola Cadaverini probably would not have enough to contribute to bring them in as witnesses. Hi, Gooey. So I'm worried that I'm gonna have to deal with Jean testimony today. I hope it's not the case. We shall see. Hey, wait a minute. There's one bottle that's different from all the others. Well, what do you know? And it doesn't have a label either. And it doesn't smell.
We finally got the analysis results back from the lab.
So, what is it? Is it the poison?
I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication.
Medication?
Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently.
For ears, you mean?
Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Elg was using for his ruptured eardrum.
What was Glenn Elg's ear medicine doing in the kitchen? Small bottle refiled into the court record. What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that?
Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle.
Well, like, all of your computers were melting down yesterday because of the virus, so that's not, like, unreasonable. Barry, I'm still working on the bagel, but I will want grilled cheese eventually, yes. Thank you for asking.
Another hour, they might have gotten something on the prints, but...
That's gonna weaken its impact as a piece of evidence.
Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today, got it? Because I really want to impregnate it.
Today's trial. I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done, or my name isn't Phoenix Wright.
Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird.
Just, no, he's not. One person calls it a tan. I think Maggie calls it a tan and Phoenix says that he's sunburned. I don't think he's supposed to be an ethnicity because he's bright red, which is not a color that human beings usually are. It's a color that tieflings usually are. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor.
Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday, we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo.
He's Oni-coded, yeah.
He claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems.
The mark on the rim of the cup shows that the victim drank from it with his right hand. But according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand.
Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear.
It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick? Thank you, Bremy.
Huh. Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor.
Barry, what about Godot? You didn't pick a fantasy race for Godot. What would he be? Maya being half-elf makes sense.
The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it.
You've lost me already, Mr. Godot.
Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Just throw out all those contradictions. Pretend it doesn't exist. Only losers think like that. You're not a loser, are you, Phoenix? You've got to change with the times. That's one of my rules.
Are you implying that you've resolved those contradictions? You know the answers to these riddles?
The old guy wasn't just throwing seed in here. He was throwing us off the scent. And today I'll prove it.
Very well. Let the first witness take the stand.
Yes, Barry, correct. No! Thank you, Stream Elements. If you'd like to comfort me in having to voice a homosexual stereotype for a certain amount of time until this case is concluded, I hope you'll consider donating to support the channel.
And you are?
Oh, bonjour, everyone. I am Jean Armstrong, the owner and head chef of La Trop Bien Restaurant. Enchanté.
He's arching his back.
Forgive me for...
What is this? Barry and I were talking about this morning. There's some kind of trans joke surrounding this character that does not translate at all. And it keeps on rearing its head in the dialogue, and I'm absolutely flummoxed by it.
Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a woman?
Oh la la, monsieur. As you can see, I am la and perky gentleman, no?
On the day of the incident, you were in Trebien's kitchen. Isn't that right?
With you, monsieur.
What?
Everything feels right.
Wow, I will say that the gays really like Godot, and that makes a lot of sense. Ron Delight sucking up to Godot, I thought that was wholly relatable last weekend. CRISPR Bird, God only fucking knows. Captain Oblivion, I think it is probably a little more complex than that because it's Japanese. And a lot I don't understand about, like, popular perceptions of queer identity in Japan. It's like, I understand American homophobia very well because I have been witnessing it for at least 20 years, right? But I don't know what homophobia is like in Japan. They don't tell you that when you're taking language classes. Huh. Wow, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy? I agree, Barry. I didn't remember... All I remembered of the character before this replay was that he was gay and what he looked like, and I wasn't anticipating it to be so fucking offensive. Anyway.
Very well. Your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened that day at Tribune.
Is there Bremy? I'm not familiar. Is that right?
Oui, volontiers.
What did Garrulus say? Oh, huh.
When it all happened, there were just 2 customers in my restaurant.
Hang on, I'm gonna read Garrulus's message. Okay.
I remember I was experimenting with some new art deco that day. Like having a large mirror.
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew it, motherfucker. With all this confusion about what side of his body did he lift up the drink from. And, oh my god. What, but he was deaf in that ear. How could he be? I fucking knew it, dude.
Ha. Oui, perhaps that is what the old man was looking at.
Right.
La coupe, la earpiece, and la glasses. He would have seen everything in reverse, no?
Mirror?
Oui, un gros mirror. La most enormous mirror.
And suddenly the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it.
That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front.
What the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
So, here's the thing about that. Is that Glenn actually was wearing the earpiece on his left side. As we said, oh, he drank with his left hand, he was listening to shit in his left ear, and that's the same side that the earpiece, or that the lens was on. And the lens is on his left side. But, if he was reflected in a mirror, then the lens should have appeared on his other ear, but it didn't. So I am going to go out on a limb and just present Glenn's profile here. Fuck yes. I didn't have to read any more dialogue for this segment of testimony. Fuck yes, dude. Thank you, Gooey. The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. So to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw all that as a reflection in a mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Exactement. You see, monsieur? Now that you think about it, it is not so hard, no? Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head? Sorry, this is a jam. Beat, how many reductions are we at? I haven't done any yet today because they kept racking up. LOL, Captain.
Order! Order! Mr. Wright is correct. If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in a mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye.
See, this is what I'm talking about, Beat. How bitter. Trite, you should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? Right, hang on. Right, you should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. You don't understand the way the witness thinks.
How he thinks?
You remember this, I presume? The I broke the vase, sorry, apology, I mean Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony? Exactly. The old man has one very grievous habit, other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. And what's the most striking thing about Mr. Elg?
Clearly, it's the victim's eyepiece.
And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elg's HMD made a big impression on the old man. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both on his left ear. Do you hear? His left ear. Huh. Well, Trite. I forgot that part of Godot's character is that he does impressions of the witnesses. It's pretty good. That's the worst but best impression of Kudo ever. Wow, I really thought he was old CD for a minute there. Godot's good.
Enough! My ship sails in the morning. I must agree that...
Thank you, RB. 30, okay.
I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony.
Bad luck, Nick. Looks like that boil of a contradiction you found is just a rash. What the fuck? Ahegao. Wow, 30 points cheaper? Really? You guys have been going nuts on the reductions lately. Brings the price of Ahegao down to 16,760 points. Huh. A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears. Oui, I can explain. Please, if you will look at la planche of le restaurant. What is Joel's? Oh. Barry. Hello, is everyone sitting comfortably? Are you sitting comfortably? Then we'll begin. La mirror, it was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. Why? Would you? It's in the fucking corridor. It would slice you in half as soon as you walked out of the kitchen. There is only one seat from which you could have seen the image of la victim. That was la seat at the table next to the victims. That was where the old man was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved la mirror so it was not in the way. The Shreyaks, they're a lot. We're gonna get them off the screen as quickly as possible. But naturally, I did not touch anything else. CRISPR bird, it's almost not worth thinking about.
I see no problems with the explanation we have just heard. From the table next to the victims, Mr. Kudo should have seen the victim in the mirror.
What a naughty little coquette I am, confusing all the men like this. Don't worry about it. We can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again. Ah, I hate that guy.
You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that?
Volontiers, of course.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you please.
All right. That was where the old man was sitting, but I don't think it was. Let me save the game. Fuck! They didn't mark Victor Kudo's seat here. Let me think. Bingo, motherfucker! Bingo! Victor Kudo knocked over the vase at his table, but this vase is not knocked over. Let's try that. This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we have heard, Your Honor. What a generic contradiction objection.
The crime photo?
Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist.
What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright?
Should not exist? Huh. Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trite. He's such a cunt. I hate him so much. Ahem.
Now then, if the defense would please clarify its statements.
I know, right, Jules? The generic line is like, that statement clearly contradicts this evidence. MK, come on. MK, Jesus fucking Christ! I think it's pretty obvious that this is what should not be in the picture.
The vase? What possible connection does that have with this witness's testimony?
Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table. Because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. More like, Phoenix wife. There is one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victim at all. Don't be an idiot, Trite. That's impossible. I just realized why Kudo didn't see Tigre at the table with Glenn Elg. You guys want to know why? It's a really stupid reason. If there's a mirror spanning the middle of this hallway, it would cut off his view of Tigre and potentially cause an optical illusion where it looked like the other side of the table was empty. That seat's the only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from. Exactly. There's only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. Oh, never mind. There was no mirror in Tribulations that day. I know, right, Diesel Shot? Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. Mon Dieu! Don't try to confuse the court, Trite. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene. No. Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary. The cases in this game are pretty silly, but I do think that this game is like the most competent Phoenix Wright has ever been in a court of law. In his own words, I did not touch anything else except the mirror. Diesel Shot. There's simply no way for us to know. Very good, Barry.
Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself?
I was right. There was no mirror in the restaurant that day.
In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear in which he couldn't hear?
Ah! You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. Didn't you say that you had returned from the depths of hell to do battle with me? If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Trite, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? If I can answer this, then I'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Are you gonna be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? There's more than just this one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? Okay. Remember what Maggie told us? But MK, if Godot got poisoned, then Phoenix would never be able to forgive his poisoner, because Phoenix considers poison to be unforgivable. Captain, that's what I was thinking. There was another man at the victim's table, and there was a sample CD at the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up. I don't. Can you tell me?
Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer.
I have a thought, but it's really, really, really stupid. Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradictions in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. Yeah. It's really, really stupid. That's what I thought. That the victim died before Kudo was there, and then they had someone else dress up as him and pretend to die a second time. This case is riddled with contradictions, yet there is one very simple answer that clears them all up.
And what is that?
The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events. So who put on the Glen Elg disguise? Was it fucking Tigray again? What? Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glen Elg at all. It was an imposter, a phony, pretending to be Mr. Elg. Phoenix, they are disbarring you for this one, my dude. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. Could it be Godot since he does impressions?
Order! Order in the court. Settle down or I'll clear the courtroom.
Quiet, Gramps. Why don't you clear out of here, huh? Wow, Godot! Contempt of court! Motherfucker! That's insane!
What did you say?
Trite, are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glen Elg and acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo. It is MK. Get real, Trite. Why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was... The servant girl brought him a Javachino, but you put something in it. That's the servant girl, right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. That explains why in the opening cutscene, it shows Tigray putting the poison in, but then Kudo saw someone that was clearly Viola putting the poison in, because Viola put fake poison in there. And I like that because it means I was worried this entire time Viola was going to go to prison for murder, but she won't, because she did commit a crime, but she's not the one who put the poison in there. Yes, it is MK.
It's so hard to believe, but I find myself believing it.
There was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee. Are you insinuating that the waitress of the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true that there were no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but it's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening about that.
That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was the scene of such theatrics...
Bum, 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 bum. There we go.
You would have known about it, correct? You would have known about it, correct?
Sorry.
Oh la la, this is most difficult for me.
No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Tribulations that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened.
The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain, in detail, the events in the restaurant that day.
Oui. La victim, Monsieur Elk, he came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers.
Yes, the Shreyaks it is. Look at this fucking dude. I should make this an emote.
When he got word he won la lottery, Monsieur Elk became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. No, there was no time for a phony to do la acting.
Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant after all.
J'ai vu de mon pardon. Forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly.
Don't admit to it!
I can't believe you, Armstrong. Say, I was confused. There was a different day that I put a mirror in the restaurant.
God damn, that is a follow spam if I've ever seen one. Jesus. That was insane. That was like 50 follows all at once. I'm sorry it took me so long to remove the follow alert. Barry's mouse is a lot more sensitive than mine. Anyway.
What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later.
Yeah, Arbeat, it's not a big deal because the usernames are just random bullshit. There's no like racial slurs or anything.
Oui.
For now, we will hear your cross-examination. Mr. Wright, if you please.
He took that perjury charge a bit too well. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. Barry, I think it's an obstruction. I think that like, because most streamers don't have follows set up on a separate layer. And so I think that what they're trying to do is create a lot of annoying alerts for a long time, panic the streamer as they like rush to figure out how to fix it, and also bury the streamer's actual alerts for like donations and subs so that they can't do their job. It's not, right, it's not really funny, but I think that's the rationale. All right. I don't suppose I can just present Glenn's appointment to meet with Tigray for he came to the restaurant alone. Did I get rid of Glenn's fucking... No, I didn't. Okay. Damn it. I tried, dude. I really fucking tried. Did I save the game? I might not have. I won't. I'll play it safe. Okay. I think I might have to press here, unfortunately, which means listening to more dialogue. There were no other customers. Mr. Elg became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. There was no time for a phony to do acting. Alright. Was he alone at his table as well?
Maybe. I saw him from la kitchen.
Yet the defendant, Ms. Bird, remembers it differently. She swears there was another man at the victim's table. Huh. Unfortunately for you, Trite. Yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bite. What kind of coffee has he been drinking? Leech coffee. It's not coffee, it's love. It's love that's bittersweet. Yes, I know that Godot has been hitting on me, Maya. You didn't have to explain that. It's extremely obvious. Diesel shot. Oh. Yeah. I do still... No, it hasn't really cleared up, actually. I get hate accounts in my chat pretty regularly, I would say. We had to ban some at least as recently as last weekend. What are you gonna do? Being on the trans tag also lets kind people like Gist discover my stream, so I continue using it. Oh, nice, Barry. That's good. Okay, MK. Nice. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct?
Oui, he comes often for my special coffee.
I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience.
Oh, you make me so happy, monsieur. You are most welcome anytime.
I said it was worth one sip, and nothing more. So old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask about his arrival in more detail. What time was it, I would say. Okay, let me see if I can turn the follows back on. We're good! Follows are back up, so now if a real person follows me, as happened earlier this stream, I'll get the notification. MK, I remember that happening once when I first started streaming on Barry's channel. Barry, I usually don't get those questions because if somebody shows up and calls me beautiful, our beat is always on a hairpin trigger from just banning them instantly. What time was it? Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived?
Oh no, I cannot remember, monsieur.
I believe we were told by a witness yesterday.
The crime was reported at 2:25 by a kind of scary old man, sir.
Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness?
The incident happened about 20 minutes after you arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 10 p.m., no?
Just after 2, huh?
Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful.
I really wish I knew when they announced the winning lottery numbers, because it definitely happens at a specific time, and they haven't told me that time. Yeah, just as a winning ticket for $500,000. Fuck, dude, I wish they'd fucking tell me.
I can't sit here all the time and do nothing, can I? The time of day will be added to the witness's testimony.
Captain.
Oui, monsieur Judge. Everything I do it for you.
Merci bien. That's French, isn't it? Ha ha ha.
I think so, Free Eden Rose. I think so. Oh, are you being sarcastic? I actually believe that. At least I'm glad at least one person is in a good mood. He's even humming a song to himself. Just after 2 p.m., huh? I don't know that I have anything that contradicts that. Let's talk about this, because maybe he'll say when the lottery numbers are read. Did you see him?
No, I was in the kitchen, but I heard him. I remember him shouting, "Yes, $500,000."
Presumably the defendant heard that too, then, correct?
Maggie? She looked like a poor little frightened dove.
And what about Mr. Kudo?
The old man choked on some bad seeds that got stuck in his throat.
It seems we now have yet another incident on our hands.
God damn it, really? Ugh. So as I was trounced, I'm trying to find something here, man. Between 1:30 and 2:30, that doesn't contradict it happening at like 2:25. But I could present it to see if that does anything. There's not a time associated with the meeting with the tiger. Oh! We do know when it happens! Fuck yes! I forgot I had that flyer, dude. Yes, motherfucker! I'm afraid I've finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. Gooey, I think if I was smart, I would have remembered that I had that in evidence. I had completely forgotten it. What do you mean? Don't make me Gortash. At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. I'd much rather be the crazy murder bitch. Each week, they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket. Oui, that must be la show Monsieur Elg was listening to. Yeah, MK, he does have that look about him.
I can't see any problem with this testimony, Mr. Wright.
I wonder. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Oui, I am sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I had just finished serving la lunch menu. Get to the point, Trite, if you have one. That's true, MK. The pigeons are going nuts, dude. That show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m. And it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life.
It's on the air at 1:30.
Now, supposedly, the victim made some noise when it was announced that he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. Because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time. It was just a greatly delayed response. Aw, Saris. Well, Saris, don't worry, because once Barry finishes streaming Baldur's Gate, I am eventually going to stream it. I don't want our Baldur's Gate 3 playthroughs to overlap, because it's just too much Baldur's Gate. No! This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum, catching a show that was already over, there's only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. This victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elgs in Tribulations that day. The real Glen Elg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer. And the phony Glen Elg, acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness.
It certainly seems that way.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, if that wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy?
Any one of 100 ways. Quite a performance, Trite. You are almost on a roll. But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation or rhythm to build your song. What is this, Music Theory 101? Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. The phony Elg is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain, then, where the real Glen Elg is? I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court. However, at that time, the real Glen Elg was already dead.
That's certainly the obvious conclusion.
Thank you, Trite. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. I know, right, MK? What do you mean, or something? I didn't read Phoenix's dialogue. Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours? Can you explain where the missing corpse went to? The missing corpse? According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. If that customer was the phony Glen Elg. Then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim? Narg! No, that's not confusing at all. He moved it to the kitchen because Armstrong was in on it.
The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright.
Captain, with at least one very notable exception.
If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, you must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body?
Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, Trite. Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. Evidence? What's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? I don't know what that is, the Shreyax. Thought I had him with that contradiction. But he's turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead.
Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Mr. L concealed?
Inside Trebian. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Trebian.
Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you'd care to show the court on these plans, Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Captain. Yes, Your Honor. The exact location where the body was concealed inside Trebian is the kitchen. The body was hidden here.
I see.
Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location? I guess... Wow, I guess this. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle? No, I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use la very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality only for me. Very good, MK.
Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright?
Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Trebian. Eh? Quoi? But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication.
What kind of medication?
I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they, that Mr. Elg visited an otolaryngological clinic and was given medication that day. You can't be serious. The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle match the prescription that was given to Mr. Elg. Mr. Elg's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen? Mon Dieu! Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client Maggie Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. No! I like it too, MK.
Order! This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glenn Elg?
Never! I could not do such an horrible thing. No!
Mr. Godot?
The bitterness. I love this fucking track. Sorry, it's really hard for me to control the volume on Barry's OBS because their mouse is so sensitive. I feel like that's a good volume. Oh, okay. Wow, you guys think? I never connected this to Animal Crossing aesthetically. The buttons on the left side adjust the entity on the fly. Anyway. Oh, do they? The buttons on the left side of the mouse? Really? Oh, the sensitivity for the mouse. That makes sense. Thank you. Okay. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules. He has extremely ill-defined rules. Oh shit, is there no clown girl? Fuck. I'm sorry. Do you have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? then I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear, my H-deficient friend?
Je veux tellement pardon. Please, you must hear me out. It is a trap. Listen to me. Por favor.
Wrong fucking language.
Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish. Te entiendo muy bien. ¿Y no estás hablando francés?
I'm only gonna ask you once. Did you do it?
No, absolument no.
Let's hear it. You've got one shot, right, Gramps? Stop calling your honor Gramps. You don't fucking call the judge Gramps, Godot.
Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you, also a perjury charge, as does my gavel.
Oui, it is clear.
What do they always say in the movies? I've got a bad feeling about this.
Very well, begin your final...
What? An entire testimony?
Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong.
Wow.
It is true. I hid the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me.
You were forced? By who?
I cannot say, or I will be erased.
Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Elk died, was he really the only person at his table?
There was another man.
I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth.
You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright.
There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer. Phoenix, please. The confession. I will say... No. One thing I will say about this game, or this case, it's made me a lot better at my French accent. It doesn't sound realistic, but it's made me a lot better at my cartoon French accent. There was a reason why I could not refuse. Let's show them your reason. It's not an objection, but you have a $500,000 debt, don't you?
$500,000? Is this true, Mr. Armstrong?
Oui, je suis désolé. I was weak and I borrowed la money.
This is Mr. Armstrong's Achilles heel. And that's why you couldn't refuse anything asked of you by this man. Why is he at the end? A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything this man told you.
Oui, it is as you say.
Mr. Armstrong.
La tigre, he told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting la victim to demand that he repay his loan.
Bram, Phoenix, Maggie says he's tanned and Phoenix says he's sunburned, and I think the actual reason is that so that he looks like an Oni.
I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body and the inconscient Maggie out of the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I had seen.
I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre.
I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison and the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket, was that your doing as well?
No, I did nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it. I was not.
It is despicable. Despicable?
Mr. Godot, you will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so
What?
proceedings will continue tomorrow.
Right, no, fuck you, Judge. We're doing this now. 30 minutes.
What?
The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more. How the... Don't sit back and relax yet, trite. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way.
Very well. Your request is granted, Mr. Godot. We will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess.
I guess so, a queer oddity. CRISPR Bird, Francisca or Manfred? I love that jingle. Barry, he is. That's why we all... Thank you, Bram, for the treat for Tess. That's why we all laughed when Phoenix said of Godot, he's the most dangerous foe I've ever faced. Like, you... Like, not Manfred von Karma, not Damon Gant, not Matt Ungard and Shelly the Killer, the 1-2 wombo combo. Yeah, Godot is the most dangerous man you've ever faced? You sure about that? I wish that I could replay that case of Phoenix Wright now that I actually know how to do a German accent. I didn't know that I couldn't do one until I tried to stream that case, and Manfred's voice was like a fucking disaster. And that's why I repented, and like, before I streamed Justice for All, yes, he literally killed it. Manfred von Karma killed a guy and tried to pin that guy's murder on his son, who was a child when it happened. And he carries around a taser that he electrocutes Phoenix with. But yeah, in between the first Phoenix Wright game and Justice for All, I looked up, there's this YouTube channel where these German guys who also speak English do like German bits where they speak English with a heavy German accent. And I took notes on what their accent is like and like all the sound correspondences and like in what situations to pronounce the letter R as what sounds so that I could do Francisca. And while it's sad that I already shot my shot at Manfred and did poorly, I'm looking forward to Apollo Justice, the next game, because there's 2 German guys, and one of them is a fucking fuckboy rock star whom I love. Hey, Fräulein, what's up? Anyway, so we're finally gonna see the tiger on the stand. We've almost got this case won now, Nick. I wish I could agree. Huh? And I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now. Indeed, MK. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the thing, is that a realistic German accent, like a native German speaker who has learned English as a second language, is very difficult to do because they're good at it and because there are aspects of their speech that they don't have in common with their native German accent because they're hyper-corrections to try to speak English better. Which is why you hear German speakers speaking English replacing V sounds in words with W sounds. That's not a feature of German. Rather, in German, the letter W is pronounced like a V, and so they're like, the German mind is like, oh, let me correct that. Every time I would say V, no, it's gonna be a W, but then they hyper-correct it and also do that for words that should be pronounced like a V in English. Anyway. He said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do, but Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth. How many squats are we at right now? I don't think it's 15 yet. You mean you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know, but if that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're gonna need. Hey, pal. Thank you, RB. Detective Gumshoe. What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on end. Hey, that's the pot called the kettle black, little Miss Top Knot. It's not a top knot. Never mind about the hair. Just calm down, all right? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I kind of get wound up. For some reason, my mouth wasn't animated during that part, so I didn't know if it was actually me saying it. Ah! No kidding. You gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Oh, God. Well, hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints analyzed for you if you've got an hour. Hey, an hour? Trial will have reconvened by then. But Nick, we still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right? True. Without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour? You bet. In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me? No! This is so fucked up to make me do! No, dude! I'm gonna assume that it's the medicine because that's the obvious choice, but if it's something else, I'm fucked. If you're going back to the station anyway, could you find out whose prints are on this?
Oh, hey, that's the small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right?
Yeah, I think it's time we solve the last mystery of who the prints on it belong to.
Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing at me, too.
Small bottle, give it to Detective Gumshoe.
Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back.
This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies from the realies.
Court will now reconvene. Mr. Godot, did you find this Furio Tigre?
I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job, no problem. For fuck's sake, Godot. Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on. He's pretty ganky. Fuck yes! I wasn't expecting a Genki this stream. He's pretty ganky. Be careful. He still bites. Because he drinks coffee. It only took him 3 cups of coffee. But it took him half an hour. Does that mean he drinks a fucking cup of coffee every 10 minutes? How's that shit work?
Very well. Please show Mr. Tigre to the stand.
Now, I can tell that the person who drew Furio Tigre...
Please state your name and occupation for the...
You can tell that whoever drew Tigre did not actually wear this kind of jewelry because they've drawn Tigre's gold chain around his neck, like, you know, a mobster, like a Yakuza thing, as like a chain, like that you would like wrap around a tow line if you were towing a trailer, as opposed, that's like not what gold chains look like ever. I have a thin one here, but I have a thicker one like Tigre wears in my bag, and they don't fucking look like that. Anyway. Ah! Don't hide under the table, Maya. Unless there's room for me down there, too.
Would you mind?
What do you say to me?
Nothing! I didn't say nothing, honest!
Who could have guessed that fear would induce a bad Brooklyn accent in the judge?
I got business to take care of, you hear me? So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky?
No, of course not. It was the judge. Your Honor?
Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal.
That's it. We're doomed.
Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, who the hell was it that called me in here?
There's no need to shout. We can all hear you.
What do you say?
There's no point struggling. You're caught in a snare. The relentless snare of the law.
And I'm the one that hauled you in.
Too cool. Don't let him get the better of you, Nick. Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct?
Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, mask boy.
Whoa there, Tigre.
You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Bremy, she's hiding under the table.
Maggie who? I got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas.
Of course. Well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then.
Bram, I'm sorry I didn't let you, but thank you anyway.
Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder.
Phoenix Wright. You're the one who set this up, didn't you? You're gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I'm saying?
Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today. Oh, God. Get a grip, Nick. This is no time for your fetishes. The tiger's alibi.
I don't know nothing about no murder.
Oh my God.
I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all of my time in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lender every single day. You want to check my alibi? Just ask Violetta.
Ah, at last I found my pen. Very well then, Mr. Wright, you're cross-examined. What is it? Please, witness, if you could refrain from shouting out like that.
I know the kind of games that guy in the blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details till he wins.
Lowlife? Me?
Listen up, smarty. Every time you ask me something that don't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000, and you're gonna borrow the cash from me.
That's one loan contract I refuse to sign.
And don't think it ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with a tiger.
Huh. I love a good spectator sport.
Just a minute, that's really not...
MK, are you joking? This witness is, how can I put it, a hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's heads off, yours too.
Very well. I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here.
You better be listening. I said I got business to take care of. Big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus.
The court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick. Come out from under there already, would you, Maya? Bro. MK, I'm sorry if you were just joking and you already knew this, but this guy is the guy who impersonated Phoenix at the trial that he lost in December, where Maggie Bird got found guilty. No shit, Gooey. Tigre didn't even have to bribe the judge. He was just like, I don't want to be here. And the judge was like, oh, okay, I'll impose a penalty system. I'm just gonna try presenting the calendar that says meeting with Tigre. Fuck! Huh. He's so fucking hot. I looked at his sprite. He's so fucking hot, man. Oh, Stream Elements, thank you. If you'd like to reward me for thirsting after Furio Tigre, I hope you'll consider donating to support the channel. I'm trying to make my rent for March. I'd be very grateful for anything that you guys are able to contribute. I'll try pressing on this one. Unless, do I have any other evidence that I can, like, relating to him specifically? Meet with a tiger, right, but that didn't work. The paper badge, I remembered I had that. Oh, this? Nope. I found the matchbook from Tribulations in his office. So I was like, oh, you don't spend all your time in your office. You've been to the restaurant at least once, but no. Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know.
You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is.
Sharp? Is he talking about Viola Cadaverini?
She writes everything in my scheduler. December, Bailey in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was.
That seems like a rather, sketchy schedule.
Ugh. There he goes again. What if the tiger did all December isn't the issue? What's important is what he was doing the day of the murder, so now what? Press fucking harder. Yes, MK, she had brain surgery. Okay, you're being able.
What do you want?
If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail. This is a dead end, Wright, and you know it. Remember the rules. No! It's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately.
I agree.
The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too?
Maybe I ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me.
Cats? What are you, from the fucking 1930s?
I ain't never seen that young kid before.
I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Godot, if you could please.
Mr. Tigre, the court asks you to add that last statement to your testimony. Blade Tiger, thank you so much for the follow. Did that show up on screen? I didn't hear it. Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself.
I was in the office too. I never saw that kid before.
Now I can present the calendar. There it is. Wow, that took a really long time to show up. Maybe it's fuckled because I had to turn it off and back on again during the follow spam. That's weird. Eh. Objection! Mr. Tigre, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glenn Elg, but it appears that Mr. Elg knew you.
What?
Mr. Elg left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger, and the date, December 3rd.
December 3rd? That's the day of the murder!
Barry's cooking. I can smell it all the way up here. It must be coming up through the vent. So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glenn Elg. Because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. Ah, his back spray! He's so hot. I'm sorry. Look at the cut of his suit. I will wiggle.
Not bad. You're actually not bad.
Sorry?
I was just messing with you to see how good you were.
Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. Barry and I were wiggling last night because after I came over, she put on some City Pop. It was really, really nice. It was actually the nicest evening I could ask for. Because I showed up, and when I walked in the door, Barry had already made for me a grilled cheese and a double strong rum and coke. Anyway. That's one compliment I could do without! Plus, he's lying through his teeth! And she was playing City Pop on the TV as well. It was really nice.
Witness, please remember that you are under oath. Lies will not be tolerated.
You calling me a liar? Is that what you're doing?
Well.
So you're saying that your claim to have never seen that kid before is the truth?
I said I'm dead serious. You better believe that's the truth.
Huh. Then I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify for the court again, Mr. Tigre.
Oh, yes. Would you mind indulging the court, witness?
That is true, Barry. Barry sat me down and had me play Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, which I never played before. And it took me a while to find the first Chow key to access the Chow garden. When I did, I got really excited, and I spent time petting the Chows and coddling them and picking them up and carrying them around. But I couldn't figure out how to get the Chow to the Chow kindergarten to name them, because I couldn't exit through the normal Chow garden exit because it just like puts you back in the action stage, even if you're holding a Chow. Anyway. MK, I played Sonic Adventure 1, right? He never actually met the victim? That's gotta be a lie right there. It's time I nailed this guy. Phoenix, my boy, I could not have said it better myself. It's time I nailed this guy. The victim, Glenn Elg.
I ain't no liar. I never met Glenn Elg. There was some lame guy with that name, though. Wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office, Tender Lender. I waited around for him, but he ain't never showed. I ain't never even been to the Tribulations joint, you hear?
Very good, Barry.
I see. That all seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up.
I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead.
Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I ain't gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's going straight to you, right? I'm not gonna be able to catch my bus now. I'm gonna have to take an Uber.
He's so hot. I love the way he bites his tongue. Oh, man. You've never been to Tribulations? He's got fangs, Barry. Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches?
Matches? What are you talking about?
We found them in your office at Tender Lender. They're from that restaurant.
What?
If you've really never been to Tribulations before... Indeed, Barry. What was a book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk?
You been snooping around in my stuff now too, wise guy? What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me. Except for you, Phoenix Wright.
Order! Order! Well, witness, I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you?
Yeah!
Sorry, I'm terribly sorry. Forgive me.
I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. But okay, I was at the joint that day. What the fuck? I would never contradict my earlier testimony, but actually I was at the restaurant in question on the day that the man was killed.
Yeah, Barry. Barry, I think the idea is that it's supposed to be ruffled up because his hands are in his pockets. I think that's the idea. We'll talk about it next time we see the back sprite, but I'm pretty sure that's what it's supposed to be. You know how like the stiff suit sort of gets rumpled up in the back? What?
But listen good, all right? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid.
Nice, Christopher Bird. Well, well. That's true. When I had a day collar, it did look more like a cartoon chain like that than most gold chain necklaces do.
Looks like an order just came in for another testimony.
I'm this close to proving it was him. He did meet Glenn Elg that day. And he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. I really like the tiger biting the dragon. Oh, right. So nobody has mentioned this yet, although they mentioned the game being New Year themed. I guess is Year of the Tiger... I don't exactly know how the tiger and the dragon years line up, but Phoenix's name in Japanese is Ryu, which means dragon, which is why Tigre is wearing a jacket with an illustration of a tiger biting a dragon. At Tribulations.
I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. I heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office.
Nice, Diesel. Spabs, thank you so much for the 5-month resub. Barry, I still have like half a bagel left, but yeah.
I see, you didn't actually...
Or a quarter of the whole bagel, I guess, because it's half of a half slice of bagel.
You didn't actually meet with him in the end.
Oh my god!
Well, Mr. Wright, request examination, please. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Quoid. Thank you, Barry. I'm grateful. Did you really hand cut scallions? Ahem. Thank you so much, Barry.
Hold it, if I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions.
Huh. No problem. Anytime Trite presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty.
Mr. Godot, that's my job.
Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it.
Yes, sir.
The Special Express ain't cheap, right? Just so you know, since you're paying.
Oh man, doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? I was gonna say, how can Godot like be this openly insulting to the judge? This is contempt of court. But Franziska von Karma was literally whipping him. So, yeah, Barry.
When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene.
Oh man. You shouldn't have been able to see a goddamn thing. Okay, I have to figure out what order to do this in, but he shouldn't have been able to see the table from the entrance. An ugly scene? What do you mean? The witness has already told us, Trite, which makes that question irrelevant. But I limit myself to 17 cups of coffee during a trial. That's the rule. You better limit the number of times you take a penalty, Trite.
Or your guts will look like the inside of a chimney. Ashen.
What?
Don't make me burn you again, Mr. Wright.
Guess I shouldn't have pressed him on that.
Guess I'm gonna make that Special Express after all.
So to recap, this ugly scene you saw was...
Can I just present it here? Nope. I'm pretty sure that evidence does clearly show the contradiction in that statement, but whatever. You mean you saw Glenn Elg's dead body?
I guess I did, but I only saw him from behind. He was wearing some raggy bit of cloth he called a hat.
And what time was this?
I don't know.
Huh?
You know what winds me up more than anything else in the world? Watches. Round watches. I ain't gonna pollute my paws with some ticket head pecker.
What's a henpecker?
Out of interest, Mr. Tigre, what winds you up the second most?
Huh? What do you think? Square watches.
Is this guy for real?
Look, all I needed to know is that something bad was going down in that place.
Can I present it here? God damn it. Oh, maybe I should be presenting the floor plans because the floor plans also show that you couldn't see him from the door. Exactly, MK. Well, that's why it's crazy that Armstrong was like, I lied, and not, I was confused about when I put the mirror there. I fortunately don't think I'm gonna have to voice Armstrong again for the rest of the game. Maybe a little bit more to round out the case, but, Très bien floor plans. How about this? Yes, dude. You're something of a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigre?
No one escapes the tiger's clutches.
Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. Can I tell you guys something? When I was in middle school and I played... Yes, Barry. When I was in middle school and I played this game for the first time, I liked Furio Tigre so much that I printed out a picture of him on my mom's color printer and put it on my bedroom wall. And no one escapes the Phoenix's clutches. I think it's time we got something straight. What's this, Trite? A new line of irrelevant questioning? These are the floor plans of the crime scene. Very... Floor plans of the crime scene. No, it's not still there, Maddox. I must have taken it down at some point. I'd say you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre. From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like this.
Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat.
Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head.
No, he would not have had a view. Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition.
Why, that's true!
Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in. Barry, were you here on a previous Phoenix Wright stream when I said that I made a Godot Lego minifigure? But it was before Lego made any of their crazy anime minifigure hair, so I had to use like tiny triangular strips of white modeling clay and stick it to the back of the head for his hair. And I glued like, you know those Lego pieces that are like, there's like a helmet with a visor that goes up and down? I like glued one of those to his face and colored in like a red strip in the middle. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. I seem to like a certain kind of guy. Ugh. So, from the entrance of Tribulations, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day, because you met with him.
Wrong! Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The testimony I said was completely unreliable? The victim was alone at his table.
But the defense just proved that point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glenn Elg, but a fake.
What?
We just established this. What do you mean, what? Did you lose your memory during the recess? In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade. Yeah, the back of his blazer is just hiked up like that because his hands are in his pockets.
That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim?
We haven't established that that was the same person, but whatever.
You say the killer murdered Glenn Elg, and then impersonated his victim in a performance for Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of this criminal to the court.
I fucking wonder. Obviously, the killer is Furio Tigre. No one else could have done it.
What? Well, witness?
Now that's cute.
I'm gonna chew.
You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe you don't understand. The tiger is king of the jungle. So I dares you to say it again. Come on, you got the guts.
You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright!
Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. You got guts, I'll give you that.
Mr. Wright, do not leave me to handle this alone!
Huh. Perhaps I can end this embarrassment.
Mr. Godot!
Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't see just the victim. Oh, no, no, no.
The servant girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. There's no question about it. She very conspicuously put some white powder in there.
Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
The fact remains he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee. That hella matters. That extremely matters.
Yes, it was the waitress who poisoned the coffee.
Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Huh. Found your pen at last, Trite. It was in my pocket. But anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenn Elg, and the waitress from behind.
Yes, your point, Mr. Wright.
I think the conclusion is obvious. Who, Vertex, Phoenix, and Godot? If this Glenn Elg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show.
What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well?
The defendant, Ms. Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her.
Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed? Who is this woman?
Her name is Viola Cadaverini. She's an employee of Tender Lender.
You're making a big mistake. Do you know who Violetta's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight if you know what I mean.
Stop shaking, Nick. Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Ms. Bird, has stated the following. Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy, and she had a kind of cackling laugh. Yeah. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table, who nobody but Ms. Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when that eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all of these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice, once for real and once for show. And Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you. Pixel Pixie, I did Viola's voice some today as well, but her grandfather hasn't shown up and isn't going to show up because I don't remember a full body sprite for him.
Witness, what have you got to say?
That's cute.
Sorry?
You's alright. I could do with a guy like you around.
What do you mean?
Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go.
Something to think about?
You got it all wrapped up nice, huh, Wright? But you missed out one real important thing.
But that can't be.
I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid, too. But I couldn't have poisoned them, you hear?
What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre?
Huh. What a troublemaker. Troublemaker? Looks like we're gonna need another one for the road.
Say hello to cup number 18. One more steaming cup of hot testimony.
Fuck you, Godot.
Indeed, witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Tribulations between yourself and the victim?
Thank you, Barry. All right. Dark Souls font bagel finished.
Yeah, I loaned El cash, about $100,000. That day, he was due to have a little chat to get it at his payback date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky, you know, real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she did, everything would have been over.
Now I see that the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Elg was $50,000.
Yeah, well, you got the VIG to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know.
I don't know what VIG stands for. It is presumably an acronym. I don't know what that is.
That's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice as principal.
And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question.
Gooey, that's what I was thinking. Very good, Saris.
Yeah, it was one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. That's why I ain't have no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case.
His motive? He has to have one, but what is it? So he could take the winning lottery ticket and get all $500,000 instead of just the $100,000 he was owed? I don't know what to press. The waitress, you mean?
The girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair. Who else could I mean? If she hadn't gotten away, things would have been a bada bing, bada boom, over and done with.
Maybe I should push a little on this. What do you mean things would have been over and done with?
Are you all there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back, that's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before that waitress got in the way.
As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said.
Tiger's motive, huh?
Didn't have no other reason to kill the guy, except for the shit that Tessa is about to present right now.
So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Elg owed you, correct?
I loaned the guy the cash, so that's my right.
Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, $100,000 wasn't enough to cover it, was it?
Huh?
About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery. I know I've done some like really, really smart evidence presentations so far today, but I swear I didn't like look up a playthrough of this case last night. This is just genuinely me trying. First it was me trying to minimize the amount of time I had to spend talking to Armstrong, and now it's me trying to minimize my penalties. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery.
Where did you get all this info?
Bram, there's your resub. These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. Payment for these expenses was due in December of last year and was paid in full.
$1 million? A preposterous sum! Someone should sue these HMOs!
I agree. Speaking of preposterous sums, Stream Elements, thank you for reminding everyone. I need to make my March rent coming up. So if any of you guys have the money to contribute and you've been enjoying the stream, I hope you'll consider donating.
Ha! No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would wind up as dead as a morgue.
But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it.
Order! 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 You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright?
I should have bit it into the microphone because it made a really satisfying crunch. Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini. Huh. Did you say Cadaverini? Bruto Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all the underworld activity. Oh, I'm just showing the picture. Bruto Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. Whoa! Yeah, exactly, Barry. Sosuke Cadaverini. It is exactly like Asuka Langley Soldier. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenn Elg's life to pay your debt.
Order! 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 What do you say to that, witness?
It's a nice little fairy tale trite. But even if the witness did need $1 million, that doesn't tie him to Mr. Elg's murder. Mr. Elg only owed him $100,000 and had no hope of repaying it anyway. Yeah, the guy wasn't worth my spit.
I don't think so. In fact, the opposite is true. That's right, Barry. The opposite? Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glenn Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial.
What?
Do you know where you're going with this, Nick? You've got to think outside the box, Maya. Outside the box? It's very straightforward. Mr. T. Gray wasn't after the $100,000 at all. Thank you, Locktar. Bremy, Barry used some sort of insane blend. All right, I'll crunch it into the mic this time. LOL, MK.
It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? What exactly was Mr. Tigre after?
This. Glenn Elg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money. Care to explain how skill can be used as collateral to secure a loan, Wright? He had the skill to create a computer virus, and so he did. A virus known as MC Bomber.
A computer virus? What does one of those do?
A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer.
A computer? What does one of those do?
I guess the beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is the important point. A virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $1 million on the black market, LOL MK. Mr. T. Gray, you couldn't have cared less about the $100,000, isn't that right? All you cared about was one thing, the virus. Ugh. Ugh. On the day of the murder, Mr. T. Gray's sole intention was to get his hands on this CD. Glenn Elg had no way of paying back the $100,000, and Mr. T. Gray knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. T. Gray would prefer to say never happened, but he can't, and neither can I.
Lottery win?
Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elg won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. T. Gray with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least no legitimate way. Barry. So he resorted to illegitimate means. Barry, after a certain point, that description sounds more like your and my relationship.
That's crazy.
He murdered Glenn Elg and then made his next move, to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. T. Gray posed as Glenn Elg, while Viola Cadaverini played the role of Ms. Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo.
Like I said, Trite, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about it.
But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Diesel shot. Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plan. Hello, Alberry.
Order! Order! Silence or I will clear this courtroom!
You put on a good show, Spiky. Huh. If you want to stay alive in the load shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that kid, created a witness, and framed someone? You saying I ate too much grilled cheese and now I'm burping during my dialogue? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that.
I agree.
You do?
Despite your appearance, you are very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Ms. Bird had no way out.
What? Another one, Mr. Wright?
Should I have given Gumshoe this bottle instead? I was thinking about it. I thought that the ear medicine bottle was the obvious choice because it said there were unidentified fingerprints, but I think maybe I should have given him this one instead, and that the ear medicine bottle was a red herring. Oh shit. I saved over. Fuck. I saved before I made that decision. Well, maybe there were more fingerprints of Queer Oddity. Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Trite? What was this trick you say Mr. Tigre performed to frame the accused? Vertex, I was wondering about that. Yeah, Barry, they usually don't do that kind of thing. And what's the relevance of that, Trite? It's just a little intro. An intro into what?
It seems all this has been an elaborate trick on the part of the defense.
Jesus Christ! I can't do one of those again. No, wait! Mr. Tigre did play a trick, a huge trick! Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Trite? What was the trick? He put the shit in her goddamn apron. What am I supposed to show the apron? No, dude. And I lose.
That's enough! This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial, nor is there any need for more time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, guilty.
I feel like there was a certain amount of doubt there, Your Honor.
The accused will surrender to the court immediately. To be held pending trial at a higher court within a month from today's date. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Sorry, Maggie. I fucked it up. All right, let's see this. I don't know. I thought that the trick was putting the lottery ticket and the bottle in her apron, but the bottle and the apron were both rejected. Oh! You're talking about when he pretended to be her lawyer.
What on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation.
Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigre, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago in this very court, you posed as me.
What? That's...
Okay, Gooey, good luck. The truth.
But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you. Standing in here in this very court a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I had ever seen.
Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man? Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him?
Hey.
Hey, forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that, not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh?
Have you no pride, sir?
This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, Trite, here in court, we deal with people's lives.
Mr. Godot is right.
Your Honor!
Speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now.
That's so funny that the judge goes,
Oh, this guy looks nothing like you. But, actually, it was him. I preside over this court as the judge, with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it.
no! Come on, dude.
If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre are dubious for sure, but not conclusive.
But we've come so far. Thank you for the follow, Dirk.
You say he impersonated Glen Elk. You say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge.
You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. Yeah, I worry that I was supposed to get the potassium cyanide bottle checked for his prints.
Sucks to be you, Wright. Don't mess with the tiger or you're gonna get mauled, you got that?
All we managed to do here was chase him around a bit. But I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt.
Looks like I won't be needing a refill.
If I just had one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence and maybe I could get Maggie off the hook.
This witness's cross-examination is over. You are free to go, Mr. Tigre.
Hold it! I'm Gumshoe, I'm here now. Yeah, I knew I was gonna say hold it. Hold it! Your Honor, sir.
Wait! Wow, he's so triumphant.
Detective!
Detective Gumshoe!
Sorry I took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this too.
What is it? Wow. Tessa, do the judge voice.
What is it, detective?
Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final decisive piece of evidence.
What?
If it just says that it's only Glenn's prints on the bottle, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results back from the lab.
The results?
About the prints, pal, from this medication bottle.
Oh, so do you know who the prints belong to now?
Do you think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know.
So tell us, they're the tigers, right? I knew it.
You bet.
Oh shit, really?
Clear as crystal all over the bottle. They're Furio Tigre's paw prints, all right.
Thank God. That's great. We've got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now.
Huh? What? Why not?
What we needed to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glen Elk's coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, that really doesn't make any difference now.
Ah! I knew it. Great, no matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use.
Hey, don't be so hard on yourself.
This was our last chance to help Maggie. I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's all right. I'm a real loser. Stop breaking news to me, pal.
Oh, who's saying Oh, Detective Gumshoe? Maggie! You've been working on something for me?
Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get out of your hair now.
Detective Gumshoe, wait! He's gone. Isn't there anything we can do now, Nick? I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. Small bottle put into pocket. I agree that it would be uncharacteristic for them to waste my time like this and be like, you should have checked a different piece of evidence an hour ago, but I don't know. January 8th, 3:04 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 4.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
I was eating a grilled cheese. I granted you a recess so you could prepare this decisive evidence you've discovered.
Yeah.
Don't keep us all in suspense, Trey. Show us. Naturally. We can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we?
Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste.
How much more of my time are you gonna waste? I ain't been in court before. But you lawyers sure know how to blow things out of proportion.
No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright.
Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here. But maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit.
Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Present this final decisive piece of evidence to the court.
Did I save? This is the defense's final piece of evidence.
Isn't that the victim's?
Your Honor, naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. Yes, Trot. He's going to imply that it's the poison bottle, and Tigray will object because he knows it's not. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigray.
What?
Ellipsis.
But, Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information?
I don't remember the gist. I don't know if you guys remember it. I only said it once, like on the first day I streamed this. This was my favorite one, but I've replayed it the least because you do remember, you were there. I lent it to a friend shortly after I played it and she lost it. Yeah, so I've replayed this game. If I've replayed it at all, which I'm not sure that I have, I've replayed it once before this. Everyone in here knows what this bottle contains, except one man. One person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark.
My prints are on that pansy-looking bottle? Is that what you're saying? Well, what the hell's in it anyway?
A phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Phoenix, that is called forgery, and you are going to be dis-fucking-barred. Mr. Tigray, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains potassium cyanide. This bottle contains potassium cyanide. I have now perjured myself.
Potassium cyanide!
The poison used to murder Mr. L, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigray, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that?
You'd make a good clown, you know that?
What?
You ain't never gonna get this to stick. You're just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger?
A bluff?
I can see straight through you, Phoenix Wright. That ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it.
No. This is the bottle we found traces of the poison in.
Don't mess with the tiger, you're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown, and it was made of glass. I'm hella incriminating myself. I love to do this shit. That cheap piece of trash don't look nothing like it.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, dude. You're so fucking stupid. Got him. At last.
What? Why has everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle...
Yes, a queer oddity. Yes, a queer oddity. Phoenix could... They could have done like the Adrian Andrews pronoun thing, where Phoenix is like, we all know what's in this bottle. And that makes your fingerprints being on it incredibly incriminating. In fact, it directly links you with the murder, because those things are all true, and like Furio probably got his fingerprints on the bottle when he moved the body or something. Like, that's all like, you can say this is the contention of the defense without saying there's potassium cyanide in here. You can do a lot to suggest that it's potassium cyanide and invite Tigre's objection. But instead he just lied. Is this the bottle you're referring to?
Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle the cyanide was in, you fucker. But you ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle. Don't let that cozy looking suit fool you people. That lawyer's just playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go.
You still haven't figured it out? Oh geez, clavichord, you're right. Don't you realize what you just said?
What I said? What did I just say?
You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. But just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison.
You don't know who you're messing with. I'm the tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market.
Cool confession.
You think I'm gonna let some jumped up sook get the better of me?
Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony. But that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer. It was all played out by you, the biggest phony of them all. Yes, a queer oddity. Hey, Phoenix.
What's going on?
Who the fuck cut the power? It looks like a blackout. Well done, Wright. I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Why? Savor it while you watch the police restrain your prey. Bum 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 bum.
Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't be let go. Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigre, Mr. Godot?
Diesel shot, good question. But I assumed that they would work that pun into this case at some juncture. He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glen Elg, Your Honor.
Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney.
Yes, she was. And in the absence of genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake.
Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue.
Bremy, is this like, are you trying to do an NTR thing here, or? Something just buzzed very loudly. Oh, that was maybe that was the laundry machine downstairs. That really freaked me out. Anyway.
Furio Tigre is a truly frightening criminal.
Huh. The truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Godot. No, Phoenix, you.
Well, I am now in a position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, not guilty. That's what we like to see.
Oh, that's right, Bremy. I forgot that that's the same rhyme.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words because my mouth is full of grilled cheese. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago, but now I feel like I can forgive him. Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger. Look, Nick, in the doorway.
Hey there.
Detective Gumshoe.
Oh, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around.
Wait! Detective Gumshoe.
And Maggie Bird, who did not die. Oh yeah. Congratulations, Maggie.
Thanks.
I knew you were innocent all along.
Why didn't you say that in your testimony, then?
Huh? Oh, well, I was... Well, I guess I'll be heading off then. See ya.
Wait up, detective! He just ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even of any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles. Exactly, Vertex. Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Can't you put in a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie, you know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all this. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on that first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. He doubted me. That's why. He thought I might have done it. I've got to prove to her that Gumshoe really cares about her. I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. You want the Très Bien lunch special, right? That's what you're looking for? No. Here you are, a present to celebrate your freedom. I knew it was gonna be the weenies because we didn't have a chance to give them to her after Gumshoe gave us the bigger box. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe made with a ton of love. He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe. I actually really like Wheaties, you know. Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Is it okay if I eat this now? Fucking Maya, stop making that face in the case ending illustrations, for fuck's sake. She looks like Bugs Bunny, again. That's true stream elements. Folks, if you'd like to celebrate Maggie's bid for freedom with me, I hope you'll consider donating to support the stream. Yeah, Armin, I was thinking about that. So, how is it, Maggie? It's really good. But that's it? So the case of phony versus genuine comes to an end. The false allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. And who knows, maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to begin. I said begin instead of start because the word start wasn't on the screen yet when it came time for me to say that word. Okay, our beat, how many squats are we at? A brand new episode has been added with a special guest who just happens to be on the fucking title card. No, my controller. Okay, 16 squats. All right. Oh, right, my jeans. I had the same problem yesterday. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, God. Hello. Koi, fuck you. I can't really do it. You'll have to wait until the end, I think. I think you were trying to give me one more while I was still doing them, but stream delay, you know. Thank you. I'll have treats. I'll hydrate. Whew. Thank you all. Thanks, RB. I'll take care of those now. You guys are really going nuts on the Ahegao. It's like 100 points less than it was last week. Okay. Brand new episode has been added. Saving content. Yes. Yay, okay, cool. Whew, boy. Episode 4, Turnabout Beginnings. Here we go. The girl. Let her go. I don't know who's saying this. Whoa. Shut up. Come closer. Oh, shut up! Come closer, and I kill her! Sorry. But you're not going to get the chance. I'm some sort of lady sharpshooter, I think. I don't know. It's MGS3.
I'm me.
Strong Bade Girl, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Hey, Phoenix. I'm reading through the file of an old court case. It was the first case of my longtime mentor, Mia Fey. Oh, I didn't get a ton of time to read that, man. Name, Terry Falls. Charge, kidnapping, murder. Sentence, death penalty. After escaping, Falls met with and then murdered Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, recaptured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours after his escape. Hawthorne? Her very first client was a death row inmate who had recently broken out of prison. That was a whole year before Mia and I ever met. Only a year?! Six years earlier, Mia Fey, first trial. February 16th, 9:24 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm gonna die. I never should have accepted this case. Good morning. Don't be so jumpy, Mia.
I didn't do nothing. I swear I didn't kill nobody.
Terry Falls, my first client, sentenced to death 5 years ago, and now a prison escapee. That is an insane case to take on as your first criminal trial. Holy fuck, Miles_Edgeworth, thank you for the $5 donation. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk and try to relax him. So why did you escape? He's gonna be put to death, you jackass! Proof of my profession, it's brand new and sparkles in the light. Valerie's autopsy report. Stabbed with a knife in the back, died from blood loss between 4 and 5 p.m. Terry Falls, he's only 25. Sentenced to death 5 years ago at age 20? That's so fucked up. Escaped from custody 2 days ago. Valerie Hawthorne. I did not remember that her name was Hawthorne. Age 23, police officer and the victim, the key witness in the case against Falls 5 years ago. So why did you escape anyway? I'm sorry. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. I didn't escape from nowhere. But Mr. Falls, the police just recaptured you 2 days ago.
Sorry. I told a little lie.
Oh boy.
But anyway, I didn't do it. I never killed nobody.
Sorry for asking, but you're on death row, right? I'm really, really sorry.
They sentenced me to die 5 years ago, but I was tricked, I tell you. That woman, she lied in her testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. I swear it. I didn't kill her. I could never do that.
2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when it crashed. Then, about 8 hours later, a policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. The police believe that Terry Falls did it. After you escaped, did you meet a policewoman?
Yeah, I did. She's the reason I escaped.
So that much is true. He did meet with the victim.
But I didn't kill her. She was alive when I left. She was alive. It's true.
I can trust him, right? I mean, I should. Huh. I wonder who this guy is. Who could this guy be? I've never seen anyone who looks anything like this before in my entire life. This is pretty subtle what they're doing here. You're not gonna figure out the truth just by staring at the guy. Yeah, you called it, Arbeat. It's Doug Swallow. Why are you here? I came to see how our little kitten was doing all alone in the big scary lion's den. I thought maybe you'd like someone to play with. Where's Mr. Grossberg? Huh, that old man is probably still in bed. He's got really bad hemorrhoids. I bet he's clutching an empty bottle and mumbling in his sleep. Aren't I good enough? After all, it's me. My full name, just so you know. We're very intimately acquainted, but I feel I should say my entire name anyway. It's me, Diego Armando. I didn't say... So, Diego Armando, the finest attorney at Grossberg Law Offices, is here for me? No. You got it all wrong. Today, you're the finest. After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine, an escaped death row convict for a first client. Yeah, thanks. Sure wish I could get out of it, though. Huh. Relax. I just heard some good news. The prosecutor for today is fresh out of his diapers as well. Really? However, unlike a certain somebody who I won't mention, he's earned the reputation as a genius since beginning his law career. Genius? Well, it's about time to head in, kitten. Sharpen those claws of yours. It's go time. Godot, or Diego rather, I feel this might constitute a hostile work environment. I would appreciate it if you would stop with the constant sexual metaphors. A solitary confinement cell for the condemned must be the world's loneliest place. And that's what my client ran away from. Every other lawyer gave up on him. But not me. When I saw those overflowing eyes and heard that simple, childlike voice, I just had the feeling that he was telling the truth. February 16th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 4. Oh shit, I forgot. Court is now in session for the trial of Terry Falls. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
I understand the lawyers for both sides are newcomers.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm Mia Fey. Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor.
So you're the new prosecutor everyone's talking about, eh? They say you joined the prosecutor's office at quite an early age.
At 20, Your Honor.
I guess our little kitten hasn't earned herself much of a reputation yet, huh? Diego, please!
Come on, Mia. You can't lose. Not to someone younger than you.
He's 20? He's 20. Dubbed a genius as soon as he started as a prosecutor. Today is his court debut. A hotshot lawyer, my senior and rival at the office. A bit smug. Yes, Garrulus, he dresses more like Von Karma. Young people running a trial. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Now then, the defendant in this case is currently a felon on death row. 2 days ago, he escaped from a police wagon. Is that correct?
Precisely.
But the defendant is not on trial for escaping prison. On the day that the defendant escaped, a policewoman was murdered.
So we're here to determine if Mr. Falls was responsible for her death?
You got it, kitten. Would you fucking chill out? No, Pixel Pixie, I think Majora's Mask is an excellent first Zelda. This is pretty bad to have played as my first Ace Attorney game, though. Because I got to this case and it was my first time seeing Edgeworth. Well then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's hear your opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor. It was 5 years ago. The defendant, Terry Falls, was sentenced to death in this very court. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old.
Yes, this is the first one I played. Hop on the pre-trial Zoom meeting, kitten. A truly horrible crime. I remember it well. There was no decisive evidence, so the trial was long and protracted.
Correct. But in the end, what finally decided the case was a certain witness's testimony.
A witness's testimony?
The testimony of Detective Valerie Hawthorne, the person who confronted this criminal. She arrested Mr. Falls at the scene and later testified against him. She said she witnessed Mr. Falls throw his young victim into the river.
Excellent, Trot. I don't remember it.
For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Quick, we need an American-sounding name for this river. Eagle. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered.
So Mr. Hawthorne's testimony was the one that put him... So Ms. Hawthorne's testimony was the one that put him away. That policewoman you just mentioned, that wouldn't be...
Exactly. The victim. The same woman that was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne.
Aha! I see. The man who was sentenced to death based on her testimony escaped 2 days ago. With only one thing on his mind, to take revenge against the woman who convicted him. Aha! The truth is becoming clear to me now.
Huh?
Yes. It's quite obvious that the defendant is guilty.
Wait a minute, that's not right. At least hear the case before you decide on the outcome, Your Honor.
I don't know, I got a tea time I really don't want to miss, so... Watch yourself, Ms. Faye. I'm not sure I care for your word choice or your tone of voice.
Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders. Why, you're even younger than me, you hypocrite.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, please call your first witness. This is the same judge. This is not the same judge as the one with the gray beard who usually decides our cases. This is a different judge. This is Alt Judge. He appeared briefly in the second case, perhaps specifically to demonstrate that he's not the same man. Yes, absolutely it is Persephone.
I call the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation of this case.
Hey there! I'm the same Gumshoe, though!
Witness, state your name and occupation.
Hey, you're pretty cute. Are you looking for like a go-fed boss around? Because I'm... Gumshoe, Dick Gumshoe. I'm the homicide detective in charge of the case, pal. I finally got promoted to the detective division half a year ago.
I don't believe anyone asked you about that.
Hey, ma'am, you got any idea how much work it takes?
What is it?
You're really gorgeous. Yo! Gumshoe has taste. I was making a joke about him hitting on Edgeworth, but yeah, no shit, Gumshoe. She is bad as fuck. Hey, Phoenix, you know I was hitting on your law mentor before you even met her? Did you know that shit?
No, Garrulus, that's a shame. Please change the color of your entire outfit, but not the design.
You're really gorgeous.
Excuse me?
No, seriously, my heart, it's aching for you.
Detective, pull yourself together and try to be professional. Otherwise, I'll write you up on contempt so quick that something other than your heart will ache.
Okay, I got it.
Now, detective, tell us about the incident.
Yes, sir, right away. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, a veteran on the police force.
Christopher Bird, it's fine, apparently.
She was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from excessive blood loss.
That much is already stated in the autopsy report. The court would like to hear more details about the incident itself.
Yes, sir, I gotcha. Okay, let's take a look at this aerial map of the area here. You could call it an area map. This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspension bridge. And the river that runs under there is Eagle River. The victim and the defendant met here, on top of the bridge. After stabbing her in the back, the victim carried the victim back to his car. He was recaptured at a police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway, sir.
I see. Dusky Bridge map added to the court record. Eagle River Rock. Eagle River Roll. Was the victim's blood found on the bridge?
The victim, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. I almost said a sick coat. I mean, I like this, not necessarily my thing. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were found on the bridge.
Why are you giggling about that? Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture. If there was no blood on the bridge, then you have no proof that they even met there.
Your Honor.
Hi, Dysphoric.
If you would listen to the testimony we have prepared, I'm sure you'll be convinced. The two of them most definitely did meet on the bridge that day.
Why, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm not sure I like you wagging your finger at me as though I were some hoser. Detective, proceed with your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Here we go, Mia. Hang on. Okay, now, listen carefully, kitten. One little mistake and this guy will drink you from morning tea. Trust me and get ready. He did say hoser. Yes, Coit, he's Canadian. They make it clear, again, immediately, during this, like, 2-line cameo in the second case in this game. Literally, Gumshoe or somebody bursts in and says, put the trial on hold, we need Luke at me. And the judge says, who's this hoser, eh? Summary of the incident.
On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir.
Oh no, is it supposed to be falls because of, like, the fall into the river? Dick Gumshoe, 26. Still new to his position. Edgeworth's face has not changed at all.
The criminal stuffed the body into his car trunk and tried to make a getaway.
Bren, I'm sure that the judge has some other kind of accent in the Japanese version, yes.
Mr. Falls was arrested at a police checkpoint set up at the base of the mountain. I actually didn't read that.
Well, you certainly have established the importance of the bridge.
Naturally.
Now, would the defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination? I really want to make my 10 o'clock tea time. Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination, coming right up.
Hey, settle down there, kitten.
If you keep trembling like that, you're gonna make me spill my coffee. I'm not trembling, it's just cold in here. The courtroom can be a cold battlefield, all right. Especially for a beginner. I don't need you to worry about me. I mean, the defendant, the witness, everyone's a beginner in here. Huh, you got me there. Maybe you should keep your claws out and show him what you've got, kitten. I get it! You guys are fucking! Stop shoving it in my face! It's okay, Mia, stay calm. Just remember those court procedure videos you stayed up all night watching. Summary of the incident. An unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Went to Dusky Bridge, met with Mr. Falls. That's where she was brutally murdered. Between 4 and 5 p.m. This unknown person, you have no idea who it might be, right?
Sorry, but I'm afraid I do.
What?
The one who called Sergeant Hawthorne was the defendant, Terry Falls.
What? The defendant? The defendant called her?
Sergeant Hawthorne was a very thorough person, though. She left a note about a phone call with Mr. Falls.
A note?
Yeah, a top secret memo that she left in her desk.
Victim's note added to the court record. Confidential police materials written by the victim. According to this note, it seems the one who called her to the bridge was indeed the defendant, Terry Falls. Falls? Yeah, I guess so. The vowels are all fucked up, and I'm just doing like my most intense Midwestern accent that I can, because I can't distinguish between fucking Midwest accent and a Canadian one. Absolutely not. Never gonna happen. But the vowels are all completely fucked from my accent, so it's difficult for me. Falls, 4:30 p.m. at that bridge. Wear white scarf for identification. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Oh, it was on Valentine's Day. Gee, I wonder if this case might be deeply portentous for like the first case and also the final case of this game. Whose bright idea was it to keep that note from me? Huh. Looks like the judge is even more sure of his verdict now. Listen up. Never ask a question if you don't already know the answer. It's that detective's fault. He's the one that said unknown person.
Hey now, don't make that face at me. I just said it that way because the prosecutor told me to.
Was that a trap? With that cute face, I didn't expect him to be so sneaky. Everyone in this courtroom is desperate to fuck each other. Well, Chris Berber, Dahlia's name is Dahlia Hawthorne, and the victim's name is Valerie Hawthorne. So... A bridge up in the mountains, but why meet there?
Because it is a very important place to the defendant, that's why.
What do you mean by that?
If you remember, 5 years ago, the defendant kidnapped a young girl. He was chased onto a bridge, and it was there that he killed his hostage. And the place where all of this occurred is, of course, Dusky Bridge.
I said this during the first trial, but Mia's neutral pose really freaks me out. It's like static mannequin pose.
The very place where Sergeant Hawthorne arrested and handcuffed Mr. Falls.
Huh. Returning to the scene of the crime. How nostalgic. Diego, you grew a little more hair on your chin strap goatee before you became Godot. When he's Godot, his sideburns are connected to his goatee. But when he's Diego, they're not connected, they're separate.
And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir.
Was the body of the victim discovered right away?
Yeah, we were really on the ball. We found the criminal within 1 hour of the murder. It was great! We even got to say, don't move, we've got you surrounded.
Wait a second. Isn't there something weird about that? The location was a suspension bridge up in the mountains. So how did they find out about the crime so quickly? Sergeant Hawthorne must have mentioned the phone call to someone else, right? Huh. If that's what had happened, then she wouldn't have been killed.
She never mentioned the phone call from Mr. Falls, but she left a note on a desk about it. If only I had noticed it earlier, maybe she'd still be alive.
Sorry, I thought about what Barry would do if she came up and realized that I was still sitting on half of the grilled cheese. I wonder why she didn't mention the phone call to anyone. Ahem. Excuse me. Mr. Falls had a car then?
Well, that bridge is way up in the mountains, ma'am. The defendant and the victim both went up there by car. I mean, how else, right?
What? You mean the defendant drove his own car?
No, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light.
Wow, Grand Theft Auto. Car thieves. I'm not sure how I feel about car thieves. Is this guy sure about how he feels about anything?
This is a photo of the stolen car's trunk.
Yeesh.
Naturally, that's the body of Valerie Hawthorne in there.
Whoa! That doesn't look too comfortable. Crime photo added to the court record. On one hand, I do like stealing cars, but on the other, I hate thieves. The victim, she was stabbed in the back, correct?
Yeah.
Huh. For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. We're talking about a woman here.
You can't tell from this photo, but the knife was stuck in her back nice and firm.
The condition of the body when it was discovered is very important information. Detective, was there anything strange or noteworthy in the trunk of the car?
Here's a photo of the trunk, but I don't see anything strange. Do you? Anyway.
Is that getting added to the court record? Anything strange? Anything strange? The broken lock probably isn't strange because you had to break it to get in. Oh, she's not wearing a scarf!
But I don't see anything strange. Do you? Anyway.
Ahem. That's kind of a tough objection for someone's first trial, but I guess it's actually our fourth. Witness. What is it? You have something to say, Ms. Faye? I'm sorry, I totally forgot what I was going to say. This is the first time I've ever had to actually address someone like that. You should have practiced before coming to court. Honestly, Ms. Faye, I'm not sure I like this. Huh. Say there, little kitten. Want a piece of my coffee candy? Godot, could you sound less like you are trying to fuck me, please? Candy? Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee. Godot, she's 23. If you could keep your age play shit out of this right now. Ugh. Come on, Mia, shake it off. You're a lawyer. Detective.
Yes, ma'am.
This photo. You said there was nothing peculiar about it. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Well, then, I suggest you take another look at the note written by the victim.
The note?
It very clearly says, wear white scarf for identification. The caller must have forgotten what the victim looked like, thus this special request. Oh, sorry, Quaid. I'm used to calling him Godot. I'm sorry, it's tough. It's like the Margit Morgott thing. Thank you, Stream Elements, for reminding everyone. Folks, if you're enjoying the stream, I do hope you'll consider donating to help support it. I need to make my rent for next month. Plus, I won't be able to keep reading really, really overtly horny lines in my Spike Spiegel voice unless you guys pay me to keep going. I have one very simple question for you, Detective. Where's the white scarf? I can't seem to find it in this photo.
Well, to be honest, we didn't find it in the trunk, ma'am.
Margit Robbie. And you stopped there? You should have looked for it. Ah! I like how lumpy Mia's distance sprite is. The collar told her to wear it. The collar told her to wear it to identify yourself, so I'd expect she did just that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this?
Huh. I see the defense is a little lacking.
Huh.
The scarf you are searching for, scarf you are searching so desperately for, is it this one, perchance?
Where did you find that, sir?
On Dusky Bridge. I was there first and decided to conduct my own investigation.
A queer oddity, this is what I'm saying.
Why didn't you tell me?
I made a decision to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. Disinformation is sometimes required for enemies and allies. It's the safest place I know.
Huh. That hotshot sure has a flair for the dramatic.
It's not exactly white as the caller requested, but as you can see, it's close enough for what it was intended for.
It looks like it spent some time in the mud.
Not surprising. It was drizzling on the mountain that day.
Prosecutor Edgeworth. He was intentionally hiding that scarf the whole time. The court will accept the scarf into evidence. Scarf added to the court record.
Now, if the attorney for the defense has finished embarrassing herself...
Worn by the victim at the time of the incident, found on Dusky Bridge.
I'd like to move on with the testimony. That is all right with you, isn't it, Ms. Fay?
Boy, would I like to wrap this scarf around his smarmy little neck.
Very good. Now, if we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, the prosecution moves to establish conclusively and with hard evidence that
Edgeworth is probably pretty Von Karma-pilled right now, because he's been living with Von Karma. I don't know, when did the DL6 incident happen? He's been living with Von Karma for like a decade or something. He's dressing more like him, certainly.
Ms. Hawthorne and Mr. Falls did indeed meet on that bridge that day. Further, we will show exactly what occurred there.
That sounds quite promising. I can't wait to hear all about it. Ugh, everything's moving at his whim. Don't forget, kitten. There's a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius.
A genius, huh?
Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir.
Boy, is that a photo. LOL, Todd.
It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. That must have been when the scarf fell off.
How did he shove her down from behind? They're facing each other in the photo. Looking at this photo, you really get the sense that this bridge is very high up.
It is about a 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River down below.
Mr. Edgeworth, who took this photo anyway?
Let's just say that it was a well-intentioned third party.
Aha! A potential witness? So why isn't this person in the courtroom?
Well, they said they absolutely did not want to testify.
The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. Besides, as long as we have this photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify.
Can't imagine who that witness could be. Yes, that's correct, Garrulus. That is the signature move. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Witness's photo added to the court record. Seems to have been taken by the witness.
So, as you can see, Terry Falls had both the motive and the opportunity. I think it's quite clear at this point what happened on that bridge.
Aha! The truth is becoming clear to me now.
Huh?
Yes, it's quite obvious. He's clearly guilty. Not again. That's not fair. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet. What do you mean,
Events on Dusky Bridge. There's an eyewitness who was there.
What's her name? Who is this eyewitness?
She's a college student.
A female college student?
That's right. Meaning she's female and a college student, ma'am. She doesn't do well in front of other people, so I came to testify for her.
Maybe so, but as the attorney for the defense, I have the right to cross-examine her.
For the time being, we're not relying on the witness's statements. That is all.
What is that supposed... Oh, and this pose is a Von Karma thing, isn't it? Because I remember Von Karma doing that... because that's the shoulder that has the bullet in it. What is that supposed to mean?
The prosecution has other, more decisive evidence.
I forgot about that, dude.
Our case doesn't rest on the vague testimony of a female college student.
A female college student, eh? Now, Judge, I know what you're gonna say, but don't you say it.
It means she's female and a college student, sir. If you absolutely must hear her testimony, you'll have to give us a good reason why.
Ugh. Please tell us about the more decisive evidence in question.
This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir.
The victim is wearing a scarf in that photo, all right. So about the witness who took this photo, what was this person doing all the way in the mountains?
She was taking photos of wildflowers, apparently. I'm sure there's no association between her and the victim who have the same fucking last name. There are many unusual types of flora on that mountain, Ms. Faye. People in the area say it's because of the spirits that live there.
Yeah, that sounds like the sort of legend that you would tell in America and not Japan. Spirits? Now that you mention it, this photo, this cloudy fog-like thing, is it a ghost? I don't believe it.
No, Your Honor, no, I don't think it's a ghost.
Thank you, Mike Red Letter Media, for teaching me how to say ghost in a fucking Midwestern accent.
It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on.
Drizzling, huh?
That's right, there was a light rain coming down. The whole place was dreary. But not as dreary as the mood that's in this courtroom right now. Ha-cha-cha! Looks like a cold front just moved in. In any case, the point is that the area was quite damp. There was even some fog. I even slipped and fell while I was on the bridge. It was really something. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back.
Is that part of the witness's testimony as well?
Of course it is. He pushed the victim hard in the back and she fell down right on his stomach.
I remember that happening once myself. It was really brutal. I don't know how Canadian or Midwestern man might pronounce brutal, so... Are you talking about seeing someone get pushed, or were you the one getting pushed? Or were you the one doing the pushing is what I was thinking. Right, doesn't mean that you pushed someone down like that once. With his mind-boggling tales and the way he said brutal, I wonder if he's Canadians. Canadians are typically known for having mind-boggling tales, I would say. It's one of their chief features. Huh. Save your nasty look for the right person. Huh? Take a look. Poor baby. The court record seems to have wet itself. Good, listen, I don't know what fucking fetishes you have, man, but can you not do them right now? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I'll screenshot that. Hey, watch where you spill your coffee. The court record, huh? That must have been where the scarf fell off. Right, well, that's what I was thinking, that how did he shove her in the back if they were facing each other? But I wanted to hear all of the testimony first, Diego. You don't have to make it like a little baby piss pants joke at me. What the fuck? Never mind. Knife in the back. Okay. So in other words, there was a struggle between the criminal and the victim, huh?
That's what the witness said. Well, it looks like she didn't remember about the scarf. But from what she said, it sounded like a pretty violent fight, ma'am.
Diego has to be a pervert, or every 2 minutes, or his face will explode. It's why he has the visor later on. The area was wet from rain. The bridge was probably wet too, which would explain why the scarf was all covered in mud, but there's something about this testimony that's still bothering me.
Yeah, talk about a surprise. I had no idea there was a photo.
So what do I do?
You really still believe him? Mr. Crybaby, I mean?
Of course I do!
Huh. So the little kitten believes in fairy tales, huh?
Fucking hell, man. Chill out. In that case, the answer is obvious. If what you believe is the truth, then that means that somewhere hidden in that testimony is a contradiction. One huge contradiction waiting to be discovered. That's your chance. Okay. Shows the Vic wearing the scarf. Right, this is what I'm saying. Criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. I don't understand why the photo doesn't work. I don't understand why the photo... Oh, are you saying there should be mud on her front? That's really fucking stupid, but... So at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct?
Yeah, and fog too. Just a generally soggy atmosphere.
Huh. Well, I have evidence that doesn't go with that soggy atmosphere. This is a photo of the victim's body that was found in the car trunk. Considering the conditions at the scene of the crime, something isn't right. Well, by all means, please enlighten us as to what isn't right. What is it about this photo of the trunk that doesn't fit in with the conditions that day? The front of her jacket. Naturally, the answer is right here. The victim's quote, "As far as I can see, there's nothing strange about it." That's exactly what's strange. Gooey, well said. You know what? When you're right, Gooey. What can I say? Recall the testimony. What were the conditions on the bridge that day? It was drizzling and foggy. Dusky bridge was all wet. If the victim really had fallen down on her stomach on top of the bridge, then the front of her coat should have been covered in mud. That's exactly right. The other day I fell on a muddy street and my gorgeous playoff beard was befouled.
I do admit that the crime scene was quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean that the top of the bridge itself was muddy. If your honor had fallen in the shower instead of on a muddy street, your glorious hockey beard, pride of the legal league, would be wet but not muddy.
Fortunately, I have yet to test that. Still, your point is well taken.
Can you prove that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day?
The surface of the bridge, huh? Huh. A real man wouldn't stand for a taunt like this. Are you a real man, Mia? Come on, transition. Neither would a real woman.
Of course I can.
Great question, Christopher. Here's the evidence that proves the surface of the bridge was muddy. The fucking scarf. Force mask fetish, Mia X Armando. You know, listen, I'm not advocating for this like one way or another, but it's strange to me that you can find so much forced feminization content online. Just like an endless spew of forced feminization content. Everyone in the universe is getting forced feminized. Very few forced masculinization. Like, I don't even know how the fuck to say it. I get that, unfortunately, in our society and culture, women are the sexualized gender. So I get that a man being feminized is reads as horny in a way that a woman being masculinized doesn't, but nevertheless. The evidence is this scarf. It should be obvious. If the scarf fell onto the bridge and got this muddy, it means that the bridge was obviously covered in mud.
No, I can't be outwitted by this novice bimbo!
Edgeworth, you misogynist, holy shit! Hey, same to you, buddy!
Look, Your Honor, she has big tits. She can't possibly be this smart. I move for a mistrial.
Nice trot. I didn't remember that. Now, Crisper Bird, I can do the bimbo voice, but the thing you have to understand is that I'm not gonna do it instead of the characters' voices. So it means that I'm only going to be doing this while I'm talking to you guys, or like reading text in the game, like depersonalized text, like text from a memo or something. Ms. Faye's assertion makes perfect sense to me.
I do admit that there appears to be contradiction between the condition of the victim's coat and her scarf. However, the real question is, why is there a contradiction?
Huh?
For every contradiction, there exists an explanation. Let's look at what the explanation in this case may be, shall we?
All right. It's not like he's really giving me a choice here. Ha! You're doing pretty well for a little kitten. Fuck off, Diego. Jesus fucking Christ.
Mr. Armando!
No matter what he says, a contradiction always comes down to a lie. It's either the victim discovered in the trunk, the witness's photo showing the defendant and the victim, or the witness's testimony that stated she saw the moment of the murder. Just relax and think it over. It's pretty simple, isn't it? I know Diesel Shot. It goes so fucking hard. The false evidence. It's one of those three. I would say pour his hot coffee directly on his balls, but chances are he'd like that. It turns out he has like a lot of weird fetishes. Now, I should say, because we've kind of been doing some character assassination on Diego Armando, I should say that according to the record of this case, from the first case that we already played, which was Mia's second case, and this was her first, according to that, Mia and Diego were boyfriend-girlfriend. The case record calls Diego her boyfriend. So, okay, it's still maybe really not professional, especially when you're on the job. You work at the same firm, but yeah, exactly, a queer odyssey. Queer oddity, rather. Trop Pilgrim says, I looked it up. It seems like in the original, the Canada judge didn't have a gimmick to him, besides being the other judge's younger brother. The Canadian thing was just because someone on the localization staff is from Canada. Huh. Oh, I see, just. Apologies. It was Grossberg who said it. Well remembered, just. The false evidence. It's one of those three. What you said just now. I'm not sure if I like that. That wasn't me, Your Honor. It was the coffee aficionado over here who said it. Aficionado was misspelled there. This court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know. Blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into court. Diego, that's a very serious accusation that you've just made. But we won't let him. We'll expose his evidence as the flimsy scam it really is. Yes! The false evidence in this case is the witness's testimony. It's a no-brainer. Obviously, it's the witness that's suspicious. During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Now, is that testimony exactly what the witness claims to have seen?
Yeah, that's what the witness told us.
Yeah, Bram? That testimony is filled with holes. After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all. That's true. Ha, it's not just true, it's the truth. I kind of feel like that's a semantic distinction, Diego, but if there was a truly decisive witness in this case, I'm certain that boy Wonder over there would have called them in the first place. Diesel Shot says, I think they'd be super cute with matching earrings in the courtroom mirrored, so like she has it in the left and he has it in the right. It's a very horny idea, Diesel. Your Honor, the defense requests to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented so far is not only vague, but contradictory as well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we'll need to hear from your mystery witness after all. I'm grateful, after all, I guess. I'm grateful that the judge is Canadian, though, because it gives me a de facto voice for him. Which, like, right, if he was just Judge B, I might have committed the cardinal sin of just giving him the exact same voice as the other judge.
You should brace yourself for the brutal truth.
Huh?
Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court.
Judge Z, right, exactly.
We are prepared to present our witness at any time.
Very well. Please bring forth your witness at this time.
What Mr. Edgeworth said kind of worries me.
What, Mia, you're so close.
What does he mean by the brutal truth?
Now, let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, please go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons the woman who saw the events that day with her very own eyes.
This is it, Mia. The battle begins here.
Witness, what is your name and occupation?
What? What? Can it be?
Shit. I was looking at the game. Something happened. Everyone is so silent that I can hear their hearts going pitter-patter. Oh. When I look at you, how can I put it? You look as scrumptious as a double-double in a dozen donut holes. I feel like I want to hurry up and hand down a verdict just to have a bite. Everybody in this courtroom is fucking trying to fuck each other. The judge is trying to fuck the witness. Gumshoe is trying to fuck Mia. Diego is trying to fuck Mia and Edgeworth. Mia's trying to fuck Edgeworth. Hey, not so fast.
As I said before, this witness is very sensitive and delicate. I would ask...
Yeah, no, exactly, Queer Oddity. The court needs a recess so that everybody can go to the bathroom and jerk off, and then we can come back in this room and do our jobs.
I would ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You're a true gentleman. Ms. Faye, you could learn a lot from this man.
If he's such a gentleman, he sure doesn't act like one to me.
Sir?
Yes, my dear?
This is my first time, so I'm sure I'll make a lot of mistakes. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I might cause.
Not at all. It's no trouble at all. I guess it is all, probably. Not at all. It's no trouble at all.
Now then, may we please have your name and occupation?
It's my first time, so I'm sorry if I make any mistakes. Was a lot. That was a fucking lot.
It's my first time, so I'm sure I'm gonna mess up. I need you to show me how to testify.
Now then, may we please have your name and occupation?
My name is,
I didn't remember this aspect.
My name is, Melissa Foster.
Yeah?
I'm a college student, a freshman in the literature department.
You were on the scene when the unfortunate event occurred, correct?
And you were the one who took this photo. Is that accurate?
How can you be so mean?
Now see here. What are you doing shoving that in her face like that?
Huh? But it's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous. Melissa Foster, age 19, a college student, witnessed and photographed the incident on Dusky Bridge. Certainly not just.
Next time I'll be forced to penalize you.
Uh-oh. I don't like the turn this has taken.
Ellipsis.
The name Melissa always makes me think of the OC. Oh no, wait, that's Marissa. Never mind. Is she staring at me?
And you would be?
Huh? I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Faye.
I see. So you are.
Now then, young lady, could you please give us your testimony?
I'm actually playing this game in order, so I've already seen you from the first case, Ms. Mia Faye. Yes, Your Honor. I'll do my best.
Yeah, just? Oh, okay. Very good. The witness's photograph. Under different circumstances, I might give just a hard time for talking so much about Dahlia Melissa, but honestly, I called her best girl in the first stream of this playthrough, so
I do like her a lot. She is really great. I feel like it's kind of hard to compare. I don't know.
I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Then I noticed there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, they just started fighting. That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. And right after that, I called the police.
Yeah, I know just. By the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred?
I believe the map would be of help here.
I was standing right over here. I was standing in a beautiful field surrounded by tall cliffs.
So you took the photo from that location, eh?
I brought the camera I was using at the time, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me to.
Oh ho ho, what a cute camera. Just like its owner. Camera added to the court record. Melissa Foster took the witness's photo with this, a small but powerful model. She is a Disney princess type creature. All right then, Ms. Faye, time for your cross-examination. But I warn you, make the witness cry again and you'll feel the wrath of my gavel. The witness's photograph. I can tell there's a lot of subtleties in the accent I'm getting wrong, but we'll just have to move past it. Notice there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge.
Wrong photo.
All right. I don't think I can argue with this. I'm just gonna press all her statements to start.
Did you say wildflowers? Yes, the mountain is famous for its beautiful spring wildflowers.
But it's only February.
Well, I couldn't wait for spring to come.
Ho ho, I know just how you feel. It's just like when I first started growing this glorious beard of mine. I just couldn't wait, so I wore a dyed blonde Santa beard until mine grew in properly.
Would you mind if we got back to the facts of this case, Your Honor?
Not that aunt, it's not the same judge, it's a different judge. Was there anything strange about the two of them? Gooey, I think that vowel was wrong, but what are you gonna do? Not that judge. Exactly, Bram.
I'm a bad girl. I know I am. It looked like they were having a really serious conversation up there. So I decided to watch them, like some kind of peeping Tom.
No, not at all. Everyone's like that. Wow, it's really hard for me to correct the vowel in all. Oh, it's because I'm from New England. Jesus, that's why I'm doing that. All right. I love watching other people fight too. In fact, I can't get enough of it. Actually, that's why I took this job in the first place. Too much info, Your Honor.
In any case, it's perfectly natural for you to have kept watching them, especially dressed as they were.
Well, anyway, I was watching them very closely. Suddenly, they just started fighting.
Do you have any idea what they were fighting about?
No, I have no idea. Why do you ask that?
Oh, I just thought that maybe you overheard what they said.
I would never eavesdrop. I've got more class than that.
That's right, Ms. Faye. Don't drag the witness down to your level. Ugh. She also said that in the first case of this game.
That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows the crucial moment.
Why did you take a photo?
Well, the two of them were really going at it. Ever since I was a little girl, I always wanted to be a news reporter. I guess that part of me just kind of took over.
Smells like a lie to me. Yes, I understand completely. Even now, I can't completely abandon my boyhood dreams. I still use my grandson to test my comedy routines on. So he wanted to be a comedian, huh? Not that it has any bearing on this. Thank you, Stream Elements. Folks, if you'd like to fund my future efforts to perfect my Midwestern accent, I hope you consider donating to the stream. I have to make rent for March, so I'd be very grateful for anything that you can contribute.
All I could do was to use my camera. So I took the photo of the crucial moment and gave it to the police. And right after that, I called the police.
You called the police right after you gave the photo to the police?
Yes, because it looked to me like the murderer was going to try to escape.
We were already moving before the call even came in. Thanks to the victim's note, we'd already started our operation.
That was certainly tough luck for the criminal, eh?
If Terry Falls isn't the criminal,
Then there must be something strange in that girl's testimony. Be careful, kitten. That girl has the judge wrapped right around her little finger. You're gonna have a tough time poking holes in that testimony of hers. So Diego, refresh my memory. After this case, after this trial, you went and had lunch with her alone in the court cafeteria, didn't you, Diego? Just checking. You're gonna have to come up with something really good, Mia. Using my camera. Wow, no new information. Jeez. They just started fighting. That's when you heard and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. I don't think... So the photo doesn't show them fighting. Stabbed with a knife in the back. Should I present because the photo doesn't show the crucial moment? Yep. Witness. When you said you took a photo of the crucial moment, is this what you meant? All I can see in this photo are two people facing each other. You testified that you saw the two of them starting to fight. Normally, that's the kind of thing we would refer to... Normally, that's the kind of thing we would refer to as a crucial moment. Why haven't you presented a photo like that?
well, you see...
The photo we presented was the only one there was.
But if you really wanted to capture this crucial moment, then what happened next? You must have taken a photo of it. Doe! I don't know why the judge is doeing. My apologies, young lady. But Ms. Faye's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit. He can certainly downplay a situation, can't he?
I'm sorry. I'm a very bad girl. I used it all up. The film, I mean.
Holy shit, you were using a fucking film camera? It looked like a digital camera. Oh no, that big tube is for the film. You ran out of film? Jess, huh? Jess? Oh no, sorry, I think I'm Jess now.
This photo was the last one.
What?
Unfortunately, that is the truth. I personally examined all of the photographs she took that day. All the other photos are of the witness herself playing among the wildflowers.
The witness herself? Then who took the photos?
Well, you see, my camera has a timer filter built into it.
Proto-Instagram thought, Jesus Christ. So you took photos of yourself? I remember taking some photos of myself once too. Please, no details. It seems that Ms. Faye's assertion was not so decisive after all. Wait, just a minute. Well, if she had no film left, she couldn't very well take more pictures, eh?
Ms. Foster, perhaps then you could tell us about a different sort of photo. Photos of the incident that you took with your very own eyes.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're quite the poet. I'd like to fuck you, or failing that, your childhood best friend.
Very well then, let's get back to the cross-examination. Okay, so that means that Phoenix was in the court today, in the law library. At the same time that Edgeworth had, maybe not his first case, but one of his first cases, and they didn't meet, they didn't see each other. Choto one mate, Mr. Judge. Very well then, let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear your thoughts on the fight that you witnessed. So so it's in the Midwestern, it's thoughts. That is like that's allophonic, there we go, with in American accents in general. So like a less exaggerated Midwestern American accent would be thoughts. But Baby Tess, being from New England, says thoughts.
Yes, Mr. Judge.
Boy, this guy's really a sucker for sweet talk. Huh. It looks like the other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention. Diego, we really need to have a talk about how you talk about women. Yeah, it's sickening. Thank you, Gooey. They haven't figured out how to render the 3D model of the camera on the Game Boy Advance yet. Right. Why are they not checking the evidence record to be sure if the camera is actually out of film? Oh, okay. If Terry Falls isn't the criminal, then there must be something strange in that girl's testimony. Be careful, kitten. That girl has the judge wrapped right around her little finger. That's the exact same shit I said last time. Gonna have a tough time poking holes in that Wow! Lazy, Diego. Real lazy. You say the exact same shit to me twice? There are two people standing on the suspension bridge. They started fighting. The victim turned around and... Oh, it is the same testimony from earlier. She just amended it. The victim turned around... They usually don't do that. Usually when you object, it becomes a whole new testimony. The victim turned around and tried to run away, but she only got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back. Is the idea that she can't because she would have run into the hole? I'm gonna commit a Phoenix Wright streamer cardinal sin here, and even though I'm pretty sure I already know what to do, I'm gonna press these two new pieces of dialogue because I like Dahlia.
The victim, why do you think she tried to run away?
With her police training, she certainly knew better than to turn her back on a criminal.
Objection!
I forgot how good Edgeworth's objection is.
This was a large, powerful man with a knife. If it had been a quaggy woman like you, I'm sure she would have acted differently.
Now Tessa has to Google what the fuck quaggy means. Does it mean slaggy, slutty, skanky? You called her a bimbo already. Quaggy is related to quagmire? Quaggy of the nature of or resembling a quagmire? Marshy, boggy? Oh, soft or flabby? He's talking about her tits again. He already called her a bimbo because of her big tits, and now he's calling her fat. Yielding, soft. Quaggy? What you? If it had been me, I probably would have jumped into the river. There's still something wrong with this testimony. Edgeworth is hella one of those misogynist gays, Bram. You are correct. Do you remember the shit that he got up to in the final case of... Actually, was it Edgeworth? In the final case of the last game. Was it Edgeworth? Where he was like, Adrian Andrews, I don't care if you kill yourself. That was Edgeworth, right? That was 100% Edgeworth. That was not Francisca. Right, because Francisca got shot. So Edgeworth came in. Right, Edgeworth. Such a piece of shit. Truly not that ant.
So you're saying Sergeant Hawthorne wasn't able to get away from him? Well, it's a narrow bridge and it was swaying back and forth. If you ask me, both of them were in danger of falling off. I only wish I could have done something to help her.
That seems to make sense.
I wonder about that.
Something seems kind of off. Huh. Does it now? You have a good sixth sense. When you feel that something's off, that's when you need to figure out why.
If Terry Falls isn't the criminal...
Okay, the same dialogue again.
About getting 10 yards. Let's talk about that. Objection!
Witness, your testimony is a joke.
Huh? Why? But I just...
Ms. Faye, I thought I warned you not to make the witness cry. Miles A.G. Von Karma Edgeworth had the nerve to disappear for a year because he let Damon and Manfred get into his head and show up like nothing happened. That's true, but he hasn't done it yet.
One short testimony and two bad contradictions.
There's no possible excuse. You say there were 2 contradictions?
It's simple. Just take a look at the diagram of the area. She's not even supposed to be in the area. According to her testimony, the 2 of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were, and the victim had turned around and tried to run, well then,
She would have hit a dead end.
you said 10 yards, but she couldn't have even run 5.
Edgeworth is the only one not affected by the pheromones because Phoenix blew him in the library for the case.
Because Dusky Bridge is collapsed on that side.
What does all this mean?
It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is to it.
This beautiful young lady has been lying to the court?
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah, Kai, probably not.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't know. It's not worth thinking about.
There's one major mistake in this diagram.
What did you say? What are you referring to?
It's all because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any official blueprints of it.
So you're saying...
I'm saying that even though this bridge is currently in disrepair, there's no evidence that can prove that the bridge was broken during the incident.
That's ridiculous! Her tits look huge in that sprite.
You can't actually tell the condition of the bridge from this photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence.
Hi,
Unshots.
Huh. That guy is good. You're pretty good, Edgeworth.
Huh? What do you mean?
He planned it from the beginning. He's a genius, all right. That diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy.
What? That coward!
Well, Ms. Fay, it seems you once again made a reckless accusation.
I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful myself.
Whoa, no, it wasn't your fault at all. At all, Jesus.
Now then, shall we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all what it was that the witness actually saw.
Indeed. All right, young lady. May I ask you to please proceed with your testimony?
But it's so hard to go on.
We're all on your side, Ms. Foster.
There's no need to worry. Just tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir.
Man, I'm gonna have to take this fucking VOD down. There's too many juicy Tessa tidbits, all the shit that Dolly is saying.
Running from the crime. Yes, Ace Attorney does take place in Japaniformia. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw.
Witnessing such violence must have been difficult.
Yes, sir. I'm still shaken up.
If he accepts this testimony as it is, we're finished.
Don't say that!
Oh well. Maybe I'll stop off at my favorite cafe on the way home.
Listen, Diego, I know you sort of play it off as your bit, but we genuinely need to have a conversation about your caffeine intake.
They make a really great mocha latte.
This trial isn't over yet.
Huh. That's what I like to hear. All right, Ms. Fay, your cross-examination, if you please.
The contradiction is staring you right in the face, Mia. Go on the attack.
Running from the crime.
Are you saying that the victim didn't fall down on the bridge? Actually, maybe she did fall.
Of course she didn't fall down on the bridge. If she had fallen down, this photo wouldn't make any sense. If that was the case, her coat would have been all muddy.
If you don't mind, I was asking the witness.
No need to be so rude.
Well, young lady?
Of course she didn't fall down. The man in the prison uniform grabbed her before she could.
Ha! We're one step too slow.
And then what did the defendant do after that?
Yeah, Vertex? Oh, I see. You're saying that he's not drinking black coffee because he hasn't returned from hell? Carried her over to the car. It was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw. I'm such a bad, bad girl.
And you're absolutely certain that it was my client who was carrying the body?
Well, he was wearing a prisoner's uniform, but as for his face...
So you're saying you didn't get a clear look at his face?
Well, they were far away, and it was raining as well. I thought I was only supposed to say exactly what I saw.
Excellent! You're a remarkably honest young woman. Something about this testimony is bothering me. Thank you, Bram. Alright, So, I think that when she says that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden, I should be talking about the river, because it's a big drop. He could have just tossed her, but no. The scarf now, then? Sorry. Nope. Yeah, FL, that's what I was thinking, but... Carried her over to the car. You personally witnessed that?
Yes?
Did anything strange happen when he did that?
Well, I don't know if you'd call it strange or not, but that's when the victim's scarf fell off.
You mean this scarf?
Her words match with what we found at the scene. I don't see any problem.
You mean the defendant carried the body all by himself?
Yes?
Considering the size of the defendant, I don't think it would be difficult.
Yes, but let's remember they were on a narrow bridge that was ready to collapse. Is it even possible for him to have carried a dead body on a bridge like that?
Well, the fact of the matter is that he did. That kind of talk is just silly.
Wow, why did he get so emotional all of a sudden? Ms. Faye, if you think there's some other possibility, please share it with the rest of us. Man, I don't know what I'm doing. Why do you say that? It's already a broken down bridge hidden away in the mountains. Doing anything more to hide the corpse would be going overboard, wouldn't it?
Yes, but that mountain is famous among hikers. A surprising number of people go up there.
But it's February, right? And it was raining that day, correct?
There is also a small temple and a channeling dojo there.
I'm sure that will never be relevant at any subsequent stage of this game.
You know those monks, they just love cold, isolated places.
I think the witness is trying to say that the corpse could have been found at any time. Besides, the witness is merely reporting what she witnessed with her own eyes.
Fuck. No. I don't have that much evidence, is the thing. Is the issue that he picked her up and carried her when he's got a big heavy ball and chain on him? No, I guess he didn't have the ball and chain in the photo, huh? Wrong fucking photo every single time, dude. He did have the ball and chain, what the fuck? I could present the photo, maybe. Nope. Stabbed her in the back, picked her up in his arms, carried her over to the car. Couldn't leave the body on top of the bridge. Has a timer function, seems to have been taken by the witness, right? We just looked at that. Worn by the victim at the time of the incident. A photo of the trunk of Falls' car. Confidential police materials written by the victim. 4:30 at that bridge, talk to Dahlia, the whole truth must come out. I don't know. Stabbed with a knife in the back, died from blood loss. attorney's badge, proof of my profession. It's brand new and sparkles in the light. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm going to try repressing all of her statements, because sometimes...
Actually, maybe she did fall.
Sometimes you need to, like, press one statement after another one.
Of course she didn't fall down.
Okay. That's what I'm saying, a queer oddity, but I thought that I tried presenting the picture of him on the bridge with the ball and chain. Go for it, just. Try it. I was thinking that aerial map at carried her or the one after, right. I was thinking that he could have thrown the body into the river because bodies are rarely recovered from the river, but I didn't have a piece of evidence that said, like, this is called Eagle River. Bodies are never recovered from it. Yeah. And then now they're probably going to be like, what in this photo contradicts that? And then I indicate the river.
A killer not wanting his victim to be found. I can understand that.
However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose is clearly odd. There was a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found. Well, what is it?
Take another look at the map of the area and you'll see how. There's a river right below the bridge. Earlier, Mr. Edgeworth pointed out something interesting about the river.
For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered.
Ah!
In the kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found.
If 10 murders were to occur at that same spot above the Eagle River, you can bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed the body into the water. Order, order, order. I'm not sure if I care for the way you put that, Ms. Faye, but I must admit it does seem odd to not have thrown the body into the river. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
How sad. Perhaps Ms. Faye would do well to try taking a dip in the river herself. After all, you claim to be such an expert in the ways of nature.
What are you talking about?
My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is that this is what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw.
Quite true. Ms. Faye, it seems that your assertion is without merit after all. But what the witness claims to have seen is totally ridiculous.
Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car.
That's certainly consistent with what the witness has told us.
Please, witness, go on with your testimony.
I'll try.
All you have to do is tell us only what you saw. Otherwise, the mean lady might yell at you again.
Who is he talking about?
All right, I'll do my best.
Oh, who followed me? Thanks for doing it. Syl? Thank you for the follow. After he stabbed her in the back, she just amended her testimony again. Killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. Let's press this. What did the man do then?
Well, naturally, he got in the car and was about to flee. That's when I came to my senses. I said to myself, you have to call the police.
And so that's when you called the police?
You're sure that you saw all that with your own eyes? Yes, I'm 100% certain.
Just try this on a whim, it's probably not right. Yeah, I didn't think so. There's no contradiction there. Oh shit! I figured it out. I'm gonna try pressing on I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw, because she could not have seen Terry break the lock on the car from where she was standing. But if that doesn't fly, then I'll still just present the map when she said that she saw him break the lock. And you're absolutely certain that it was my client who was carrying the body? That's just the same shit from before. Kitten, have you ever put salt in the coffee? Of course not. Why not? Huh? It may actually go better with coffee than sugar, right? Listen, my point is if you're not sure, you might as well add a ton of salt to it. It might bring out the rust in something, like a piece of evidence. What the fuck? That's right, Mia, present something, you've got nothing to lose. By the way, I wouldn't put salt in my coffee. The two don't go well after all. And Trots, yeah. Yep.
Well, Miss Foster, it looks like you've done it this time. Done what?
Made a crucial mistake. Crucial mistake? Like what, Ms. Faye? The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. You're saying you saw that, right? With your very own eyes?
Yes, and?
It's simple, Ms. Foster. Take a look at the diagram. It's what we call in English a map, but the place you claim to have taken the photo from that day is here. You see what I mean? Bram, mostly, pretty much exclusively, actually, Better Call Saul. I just watched Better Call Saul. I'm about due for a rewatch. I haven't, rewatched it in a while now. No, since we did the watch along of the first season. Fuck me, man. Free stretch. You see what I mean? Even if you tried to see the car, this outcropping of rock is directly in the way. That's right, Ms. Foster. From where you were standing, you could not have possibly seen the killer's car.
I admit that the diagram shows a large outcropping of rock. However, it isn't so tall that it would stop her from seeing the car.
That's right. It's not high at all. I was able to see his car just fine.
I'm sorry, but that just doesn't wash.
I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court, yes?
This is the location that the photo was taken from. Your own photo tells the whole story. You can clearly see the left side of the bridge, but the outcropping that is being referred to is really more like a cliff. Of course, Gooey. Your view should have been completely cut off by this cliff, but still you claim to have been able to see the killer's car. No! I will say that in real court proceedings, lawyers don't usually go like this. Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of all this ballyhoo?
Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact that the escapee fled in a stolen car was reported on the news. After witnessing a murder, I'm sure you can appreciate that the witness was very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself that she saw it.
But she was repeatedly warned before starting her testimony. She was told to testify only about what she saw with her own eyes.
Mr. Judge?
What is it?
I think I must have remembered things wrong.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't just say that.
Miss Faye, no one on the face of the planet is perfect.
Yes indeed. Quite true. You know what they say? To err is human, to forgive divine. I just watched The World's End before coming out here. Thank you, Stream Elements, for reminding everyone. Guys, if you enjoy the stream, I hope you'll consider donating to support the channel. I have to make rent for March. You know what they say? To err is human. So, I'm inclined to give the benefit of the doubt to our witness here.
What? That's not fair!
Save the tears for later, kitten. They're capitalizing kitten now. It's his name for her.
Mr. Armando!
Oh my god! They're dating. He calls her kitten. She calls him Mr. Armando. Great, thank you. Don't look back until the trial's over. Now's the time to go forward. He gets spoilered after this, like immediately after this. But that wasn't fair. Okay, kitten, you need to relax. Then you need to remember. I didn't notice Pixel Pixie. The other kitten's testimony. I thought it was today. It was months later? I thought it was today, really? Oh, okay. I was confused, I guess. I know but the people watching might not know.
The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there.
So tell me, how did she know that? And how did she know that he broke into the trunk? Aha! Well, Ms. Foster, until you can explain how you knew that, you're gonna have a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the courtroom. Is this maybe the most competently that a defense ever runs a case in a Phoenix Wright game? Because, usually, during the first case, when Grossberg is your attendant, he's, completely useless. He's, fatalistic about the entire case, and he doesn't have any good advice. But, Armando really seems like he is co-defense. He's talking to the witnesses and shit. You're gonna have a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the courtroom. Well, witness?
Well, I'm not certain that he broke into the trunk because there were marks left on the trunk lid. I'm certain they were scratch marks.
Oh, maybe she said she was certain.
I'm certain they were scratch marks from when he broke into it.
What? Let me see that photo. Exactly, RV. It's true. These certainly look like scratch marks around the keyhole. It's obvious that this trunk has been broken open. Well, Ms. Faye, are you satisfied? The judge is on her side. I can't make any mistakes here. I'm not satisfied. How the fuck could she have seen the photo? It doesn't work. Melissa Foster, it looks like you finally betrayed yourself.
What?
You said you were in a field taking photos of wildflowers, but even so, you knew about the scratches. The question is when? When did you get a chance to see those scratches? Finally. I finally got her. I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here.
Then perhaps it would be faster if Ms. Faye explained herself.
Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness had seen the scratches was... Shit! We're going this hard already? Seriously? Alright. There's only one way that the witness had the chance to see those scratches. Yes? What is it? Naturally, when she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse inside. The person who really hid the body in the trunk of that car was... Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it?
That's ridiculous. I would never. It was the man in the prison garb. He's the one that...
I don't think so, Ms. Foster. If Mr. Falls had been the one that put the corpse in the trunk, he would have simply used the car key. There was no need to break it open. Shit, I didn't think of that.
But he stole the car.
He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light, which means that the key would have still been in the ignition.
Oh, I see.
Huh. Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Ms. Foster. Without that, we never would have uncovered the truth. That it couldn't have been Mr. Falls that put the body in the trunk.
No!
Preposterous to even suggest that the witness put the body in there. If that were true, then how do you explain the photo that she took? The corpse could only have been put in the trunk when the incident occurred, and we already know that at the time she was taking photographs.
Yeah, the camera has a fucking timer, dumbass. Now's your chance, Mia. Finish this thing. On the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Edgeworth. There's no need to think too deeply about it. What I'm saying is the shutter for this may not have been pushed by Ms. Foster herself. Let's take another look at this camera and see what features it has, shall we? It has a timer built into it, even a mini tripod. Exactly, RV. Why? It's almost as if she had brought this camera along just to take this picture. I appreciate that she only brought the camera to establish an alibi, but still took a shit ton of pictures of herself with it. I love her ego.
What are you trying to say then, Ms. Fay? That when the crime occurred, Ms. Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed?
Well, if she really did use the camera's auto timer, the answer is yes, she was somewhere else. Exactly, she was not in the field. Would the defense please explain further? Listen, this is a crucial point. Where was Ms. Foster when the incident occurred? I don't know, FA. I don't know what the fuck they were doing there. In answering that question, we'll also make clear Ms. Foster's true identity. Well then, please answer the question. Where was Melissa Foster when the incident on the bridge occurred? Ding, 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 ding. Would they have a queer oddity? Naturally, the witness was right here. But that's where the victim, Ms. Hawthorne, was standing. That's right, it has to be Hawthorne, because he doesn't have the aw. Order, order, order! Ms. Fay, what on earth? Your Honor, if I may. See, I talked about it when I was streaming Hollow Knight, but you know how during the Hornet fight, she has a lot of lines she says, she goes, Shah! I spelled that mentally as S-H-A-H, but I saw a lot of people spelling it S-H-A-W in the chat when I fought her, which confused me, but it's because to most Americans, those would be pronounced identically. Shaw. It's just that I have an aw, so that's why it's Shaw versus Shah to me. Anyway, after parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean that there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. In other words, if someone put the body in the trunk, it could only have been before the defendant met the victim. Thank you, Gooey.
How asinine. Of course Mr. Fox met with the victim. The only person with the opportunity to have put the victim in the trunk is the same man that killed her, Terry Falls.
You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? By the time the witness's photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo was not Valerie Hawthorne.
What? I've never heard anything more ridiculous in my entire life. Then who exactly is the victim in this photo?
It's obvious, isn't it? It's your own witness. What? It's the only possible explanation. The woman that Mr. Falls met on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster. Me? Let's remember that it was raining and foggy on the mountain that day. Mr. Falls himself believed that the woman in front of him was Valerie Hawthorne. The photo of the body in the trunk would have been taken before the timed photo on the bridge, proving that the photo couldn't include the victim. No, a queer oddity. I understand being confused, but the photo of the trunk of Falls' car was taken when they caught Terry Falls fleeing the scene.
But the defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she was the woman whose testimony helped get him convicted.
But since then, my client has spent 5 hard years in a federal penitentiary. He couldn't remember exactly what she looked like anymore.
You are just making this up as you go along. Where's your proof?
I've got it all right here. This piece of evidence will blow the case wide open. At the time of the incident, Mr. Falls had forgotten what Valerie Hawthorne looked like. Mr. Falls had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification, namely this muddy scarf. It was Mr. Falls who requested that she wear this scarf to identify herself. That's already been proven by the note the victim left. In other words, as long as you were wearing a scarf like he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Well, what do you have to say to that, Melissa Foster? No! Dryer's done again. Where's Ms. Foster?
She's collecting herself in the lobby.
It's obvious that Melissa Foster did it. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as the victim. I know, Arvine, it was loud as fuck. She set up the camera to snap a fake photo of them together. The only question is, why did she do it? Well, isn't that obvious? She's the real culprit. Ha. Well, we'll have to wait for Ms. Foster to compose herself before we start again. Until then, this court is in recess. The defense and the prosecution are both to wait in their respective lobbies. Yes, Your Honor.
Understood.
Very well, this court is in recess. Not that aunt, you just don't understand her gentle beauty. To be continued. Very good, Bram. Oh, hey, Terry. Okay. There's a reason I'm not reading this dialogue, and that's because I am at this juncture going to find somebody to raid out into. Let us see. I have fucking the Arkansas State website open because we were talking about the pronunciation at the very beginning of stream. Alrighty. Who do we got? I'm gonna raid into Simple Flips, actually. He's streaming Mario 64, so... Alright! Thank you guys all so much for showing up to watch me stream Phoenix Wright today. I do, as ever, especially want to thank those of our viewers who were able to donate. Oh no. Hang on, I need to find out who those people were, because Stream Elements didn't open to that page. I want to thank those of you who were able to donate, who were Miles_Edgeworth, Strong Bade Girl, MC Kyogi Virus, Anonymous, Peffa Stronk, Iggy, and Maddox Ken. Oh, and Kringus. Thank you all so much. We had a lot of anonymous and pseudonymic donors today. I had a lot of fun streaming. Not only in a house with a good internet connection, but with a working mic. And I had a lot of fun finishing off the third case and starting this case, because I love Dahlia, and it's great to see her again. Yeah, Persephone, I'm excited too. I will see you guys at my usual time tomorrow for the rest of that case. Until then, I hope you guys enjoy your evenings, and the rated stream as well. And until next time, take care, and I will see you later. So bye-bye. It's so hard to click.